go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. we go now. Here 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 we go now.
Well, the moment is finally here. I welcome you all to PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. I'm going to be a host and caster Ankit, and joining alongside me is going to be none other than Broader Gaming. So, mate, how's you and how pumped up are you for all these qualifiers?
Again, this is going to be an incredible 3 day affair right here in the
Hmm.
Pakistan qualifier, right? Of course. And in doing so, I definitely am looking forward to all these teams playing and giving their 100% best because, again, you're looking at so many teams. So, of course, the groups have been divided, and that, of course, as we were talking about it in the green room as well, will give us an opportunity to cast over different maps because so many times it's always been Erangel that has been given the priority. But this time around, in this 3 day affair, it is going to be, well, the other maps that will be played quite a lot more as well.
Definitely, as you talked about the number of teams, let's just enlighten our viewers, those who have just joined in. We are going to be having 20 teams all together in a course of 15 total matches that will be played in the course of 3 days, and the top 17 will be moving to the upcoming PMPL. So, a lot of things on stake. The prestigious title for PMPL, if you want to pave your way, this is the moment, this is the right thing that we need to make a move forward. But let's just head towards the points table, the point distribution. Pretty much the same. First gets 15. The team who gets second as in terms of the placement total points, they get 12, 10 for third, 8 for fourth, and it keeps decreasing down. And most important thing, one elimination point is going to be racking up and rewarding you as one total point. A lot of teams will get to see in the course of next 3 days will be focusing more on elimination point and those who play a lot aggressive gameplay.
Exactly. You just
Hmm.
absolutely stole the words right out of my mouth, Ankit, right there with that word aggression. Because again, every single time that Pakistan I've casted, it has been an aggressive stance that these teams end up showcasing in the games and the entire tournament altogether as well. So we'll have to see if that will be the same strategy that can be anticipated from the teams this time around from Pakistan region, or could we see a little bit of a slow poke performance? Because again, today being just day number one, these teams are also going to be trying to look at their opponents and trying to figure out what exactly is the strategy and rotations that their opponents are going to be making.
Definitely. But talking about the squad rosters from Group A, so we have a lot of groups coming up. But if we talk about Group A, we have Team QWERTY. Everyone is known by the name Khan, Wolverine, Anaconda, Destroyer. A lot of change has also been made. Then we have 52X Rage coming in from the last time they played PMCO Fall. It was 2021. This time it's a complete different thing altogether. In Group B, we have four more teams. We have Regicide, Quantum Rage, Team H2E, 4VTFD, a lot of team, a lot of new name, and then we have old players like Dread, we have Hacker, we have Pan, we have Asad. I'm talking about Team H2E.
Absolutely, mate. That is so very true indeed. And that is just two groups that we've been introduced to as you move on forth towards Group C. Because again, viewers, keep in mind we've got 20 teams that have been subdivided in groups right here. So that does compromise of, one group that will not be playing as you move on from one game to the next. But again, as so perfectly mentioned by Ankit, there are some really well known teams and players who are going to be playing in the lobby, along with which there are going to be a few changes that we shall see in terms of the squads and the rosters as well. But in the end, it's all about the gameplay. It does not matter
Hmm.
that this is a new name, because in the end, if the gameplay is on par, like we've
Definitely.
seen from the new teams from Nepal region, right, they definitely can bring down Goliaths in the lobby as well.
Definitely. And talking about the Goliaths, we have Magnus Esports. So we are done with Group A and B, but the introduction of Group C brings in the team TUF. Thor, Edgar, Abdullah, Virus. We
Oh
just
boy.
saw the prowess that they showed in the last PMCO. We were casting together. And this time, I hope, I wish they have become better and they have forgot about the past. This is the present time and they have to excel this one.
Absolutely, and along with that, as you mentioned about Magnus Esports as well, of course, Adil, Respect, Momtu, all known fabulous players, but this being a new start, a new journey, and again, what is on the line? You're looking at 20 teams, but only 17 will move on forth. With that, Group D being introduced onto our screens, where we've got Quraysh Esports, North Esports, the Grounders, and of course, Metershot here, right here, and again, from one group to the next as we move on through, all the names are known, but
Hmm.
what sort of a gameplay are we to look forward to in this tournament? Only time will
Definitely.
tell.
Definitely, and at the end, each team will be playing 12 total matches, all in all. But let's talk about Group E. What team do we have? We have Freestyle, Malik, Baba, Tyrant, Avenger from Freestyle, EV Esports, KSF, Zaidan, Fadi, Hasu, 3x Esports, Kaizen, Kronos. Ali Miracle, I mean, a lot of players' name, but at the end, each team will be just playing 12 total games in a course of 3 days. We have Group A, B, C, D, and E, but at the end, only 17 will be moving forward into the upcoming PMPL. But before move forward, we have the schedule lined up for you. Starting the day, we have a change. We have that extra tarka. We have the masala for all you. We have Sanhok in the very first game.
Absolutely. And right here, of course, we can see Group E will not be participating. So that means IV, NV, FS, these are the teams from Group E that will not be able to participate in the first match. But as we move on through to match number 2, then we move on to Miramar. And then we come back onto the map that everybody anticipates to start the day off, which is going to be Erangel. So Erangel is going to be third map of the day. To start the day off, it is of course Sanhok, and we'll
Hmm.
talk about aggression, talk about teams coming in from the Pakistan region.
Hmm.
Aggression is what they know, and with a map like Sanhok, you
Uh-huh.
know that the map itself focuses on bringing that aggression and synergy from one moment to the next, from one fight to the other.
Definitely. We have seen a lot of random circle shifts and different maps in different tournaments in just Erangel. Just imagine the curveball that is going to be hit to the players with the Sanhok map. Already, it's a short little map. You don't have a lot of movements. It ends pretty
True.
quick as compared to what we have in the Miramar and what Sanhok. Erangel has to offer to us. But this time, I guess, when we play and we go straight away into the map of Sanhok, as you just mentioned, I'm going to be missing freestyles for the very first match. But then when Group E comes in, freestyles and the rest of the players will be just showing their prowess that they are known for. But a lot of team, I mean, let's just talk about the team from Group A, B, C, and D. Those who are all are playing. I'll keep my eyes set upon the Grounders, Quraysh Esports. These teams really had something, really optimism sign when they played the last PMCO.
They definitely did. I mean, TG, the Grounders definitely did showcase a glimmer of hope from the side of that team. But
Yeah.
again, that's not it, right? Because we were going through the list and
Hmm.
you've got NES right there as well, North Esports, and you've got so many other well known players as well that are playing in the lobby. So it will all be brought down to,
Hmm.
well, in the end, I mean, players don't like to talk about this, but you do have to bring it up. And that's just how
Hmm.
the zone is going to be treating you. I mean, you have your own strategy set up, but PUBG gods, the way the zone is going to be functioning, it could very well go against whatever strategy you might have worked for. And that is when the IGL or the entire team, of course being the synergistic one, will have to decide as to what sort of a rotation are they going to be making. And that is when things go completely off the rails. You might have had a perfect plan set up for your first
Hmm.
game, for your map itself, but again, I mean, that zone is going to be the most crucial thing. And then the second conversation regarding the zone, or rather in conjunction to the zone, is going to be the rotation that these teams end up choosing to make.
Definitely, and I guess that completely relies upon where the IGL needs the team to go. We have seen a lot of water rotations. Since we're talking about rotations, we have seen some
True.
extreme rotations. So just imagine some team jumping towards the area of Camp Alpha, and if the circle goes towards Camp Bravo or maybe Docks or somewhere down to the southwestern side, they can just take that extreme water rotation, those hardcore rotations that we can get to see. But that has been on the topsy turvy case. I really want to see if the circle just go away from any team if they are jumping onto some extreme sides. Apart from that, flight path, as we all know, it doesn't matter. Whatever be the case, we still have every city under glide. If you get those those parachute again open at a very early stage, you have the option to move all along. But since we have talked a lot about rotations from Group A, we have Team QWERTY. So now this team really showed the prowess when they played the last PMCO. Team QWERTY, Khan, Wolverine, they need no
True.
introduction, brother. We have seen how Khan, Wolverine, Anaconda, Destroyer has been playing. Last time they played, if you remember, they played really passive in the starting half of the game. They were not going so aggressive, and towards the end, that little bit had some jitteriness in their stomach when they moved towards the latter of the game. I guess this time they make it too early for themselves.
Well, we shall see. We shall see if that will be the same story or not, because these teams want to reinvent their own playstyle as well, right?
Mhm.
From one tournament to the next. Of course, you have to do so because you already know that the opponents are already known based on the rotations that they've showcased, based on the fights that they've taken or not taken, right? So that all kind of brings in that X element that all the teams want to be able to start a new tournament with. With that, I mean, we're starting off on Sanhok right here. So another thing to actually talk about is going to be, so last week, you and I casted the PMPL for South Asia, right? Where we again were part of the qualifiers itself for PMPL.
Mhm.
Right now, we are moving into the Pakistan region. But the one question that remained thorough throughout the Sanhok maps that we kept on asking every single day was that will we be looking at the meta that was showcased in the previous PMPL season, right?
Ah,
Where you talk
heal
about, as
battles.
soon as I bring that up, of course, I'm going for that heal battle conversation,
Hmm.
which was the previous season's meta, but this time around, well, at least on the South Asia region, that was not the case on Sanhok.
Yeah.
So we can bring that up and let's see if that will be showcased, or that sort of a play style is going to be something that we can anticipate from the Pakistani region.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you play Sanhok, so it's not just about the gun gameplay that you earn point with. If there is an option of healing yourself up, you can still sit in the middle of the zone, in the middle of blue. Let blue eat you up, and you have all those 32, 33 first aids in your bag and medkits acclimated for yourselves to find yourselves towards the latter half of the zone. Since there are not a lot of Sanhoks played, I guess each team will be playing one Sanhok each. All in all, each
Yep.
team will be playing 12 of total matches. I guess not a lot of heal battle approach is what I expect, because then we don't see a lot of fight altogether. Because what we
Right.
casted and what we saw in South Asia, all the 3 days, the Sanhok was completely blitzkrieg going in, and I guess the call has already been made. That means the wait is already over. We are jumping straight into this very first map of the PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers. The Sanhok map is already there. The flight path has already took up from Camp Bravo downtown towards the area of ruins and Tambang, completely dissecting the full map of Sanhok in two equal halves. And there we have it. Each and every team finding themselves in the vicinity. But do we have any drop clash? That is going to be another question to look at.
Well, I'm looking at the Paradise Resort for now. We do have two teams very, very close to each other. We've got 52x Rage, and then there's a team in purple, which, well, we shall see if that will be the first area of contestation where we can anticipate a first blood situation being dropped on along. On the other side, if we look on towards the extreme western front, the 52x Rage player Payne, he seems to have gotten very, very far away from his team, and that, of course, is going, and he's all by himself, lonesome. So that is going to be a tricky rotation for the side of that dude. But on the southern front as well, we did have a couple of teams, and right here, there we go. First off, into the game, we've got Paradise Resort, as I was just mentioning, where 52x are looking like a three-man squad right here in the Paradise Resort, and very close to their vicinity is going to be a team that will not allow them to push on forth. Well, let's find out. Along with that, the first knock coming in.
Definitely. A Khan goes down, and XG, the dog, picks up the very first blood of this PMPL qualifiers, and there we have it. The lobby size getting decreased to 62. And in Paradise Resort, it's always bliss to watch two teams. For us as a viewer, as a caster, yes, that's definitely one thing that we look at, but certainly not for the team like MetershotxSKY Esports. We have Halsey, we have Mary, Ash, and Khatir in the backdrop, and seems like they are in no mood to engage in this fight. That's just not done. Because it's not only about the Paradise Resort, we have other uninvited neighbors in Camp Charlie, as MGS is going up against TFD.
Absolutely. Now, for VTFD, they are holding their fort. They are not giving away any audio cues. Whereas on the front of Magnus, they do have themselves set up in a very fanned out approach, right? I mean, we've got Cairo right here on towards the right hand side of this Camp Charlie. But on the other front, if we move on towards the north, as we can see, all three of the Magnus's players are bunched up together in one single compound. And in their opponent side, they are not giving away any information. So for VTFD, they have a decent chance because they've not given audio cues. They have not given away the information, whereas Magnus has. But will that turn into a fight or not? We shall have to wait for that, because we're only 2 minutes, 3 minutes in, and 52x Rage player Payne, who was not able to drop along with his team, will be lost to the cause in the water. And right here, we also do have the side of TMW, where they seem to be in a lot of trouble, where AB, all by himself, wanting to take on the Rats being showcased against him, but he is all by himself, so it's going to be a tough luck and a fair. But all by himself and lonesome does not really mean that you cannot showcase the aggression. Thug has definitely been brought on down to his knees. He's going to be given away a Molotov so as to not be flanked from the left, but Saad
Mm.
from the right. A perfectly set up nade is going to just cook and do the job.
XGeneration getting a lot of wrath onto the players, but there we have it. Harry coming up into the fight. The trade knock has been made, and XGeneration just one man down. So now Harry is the one that will be playing the pivotal role out there. He needs to get the revival done, and simultaneously, he needs to get a lot of pressure onto the players of XGeneration. Some grenades and some throwables are being used, but still no connection, still finding. It's the Doc, the player from the sides of XGeneration, who has humongous amount of information in all these fights.
Absolutely, and for now, Thug will definitely be able to get his health all the way back up as well. So we still do have the side of XGeneration holding on the fort, but Harry came in the nick of time and was able to, of course, give that very crucial revival. But it seems like Psycho from the side of XGeneration is going to be giving in an X Factor flank angle shot to Harry, and now the conversation has turned around to Ibi, where he was the man who was knocked, but now he's going to help out his teammate. He's going to have to help out his teammate. But if we look to the mini map on the right hand side, top right of the screen, we can
Uh-huh.
see the mini map, and the one pink that is up top on the mountain, he needs to really utilize that position more securely to be able to give in a blowing factor against the XGeneration push and
Definitely.
the game that they're showcasing right now.
Ah, yes, and that can only happen if X-Generation player gets themselves out in the open because he is holding the top position. And if at any point, at any moment, either by hook or crook, if TMW just make them pressurize and make them go in open, that player from the sides of TMW can just come into all these games. But there we have it. Ebi getting the revival done. Now Harry has just fallen himself back away, and the flank that has been created from Psycho can
Yes.
just be the one if Ebi is not aware of it. He's really vulnerable from the left hand side because already 3 players from XG is their position on the right hand side. But I guess retreat is the only safe option at this point.
Well, once again, we go back to that Camp Charlie approach where we once again do have the players of 4V TFD holding their forts, not giving away any information, any audio cues whatsoever at all. But on the side of Magnus Esports, they are on a roll. They are on a complete rally right now because they are just running all across this entire region. And that is where they're getting a lot of loot, but giving away information as well. And for the side of TFD, we do have Vendless right here who is going to be waiting and hoping to be able to the patience to basically work out. But if we look very carefully to the utilities, right, I mean, look at that. For the side of TFD, they've been so patiently waiting and so quiet, they don't really have a lot of utilities working in this
Hmm.
team's favor. Whereas on the other front, from Magnus side, they have been running around collecting all the loot, and that is where the X factor for the side of Magnus Esports could be showcased in this fight right here at Camp Charlie.
Definitely, they really have the fanned out approach, as you like to say. You like to mention it. Everyone just having at least a level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, and or maybe just alternative be the case. They still have enough. If they go and find themselves in a fight, they can still bear a lot of bullets if that falls onto their face or onto their head. But what I see by the looks of it, TFD is just not well prepared for all these fights. And this thing happened if you are finding yourself in the same city with 2 teams jumping in. And this had to happen. This really had to happen. This is for the very first time all these teams are playing in the same lobby. And anyhow, if this has happened, this fight needs to be broken down at any point, at any cost. Because 7 minutes onto the clock, we still don't have any knock. Yes, we have Dani getting onto 70 HP, but still no knock being secured. Just imagine the amount of pressure that will be building in all these players because they still have 300 to 70, 370 to 400 meters that they need to make a move into the zone. And if they just keep fighting, they just keep delaying all these fights, nobody is going to be getting benefited from these situations.
Well. Now I think Magnus has a really good approach in that fight. They have been able to just wander across the entirety of Camp Charlie, and now they know exactly which corner the side of 4V is going to be sitting at. And the nades that we were looking at being lobbed on across are definitely going to be helping their cause. On the other front, if we move on to the map itself, look at that water rotation being showcased from a team up north. But in the center, if you look at that, we've got TUF all by themselves. No team around in the vicinity, and the team up north making that water rotation, I think, is going to be TG, the Grounders.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the same. That with the TG in front of the name as prefix, so the grounders. We still have one team. If you look closely
South,
at the
right?
bottom, exactly.
Yep.
We have one more team. So 2 teams making extreme water rotation. One from the north and one from the south. I guess Camp Alpha was where the grounders made a jump, and maybe somewhere down to the area of Nakham and Chami was the place. But I guess they are still stuck in the water area. The bottom team are just getting a lot of blues, denting them. I don't really know what sort of decisions they are trying to make, but let's just have a look. The teams that are finding themselves in the center of the circle, we have TUF into Bhan, we have Regicide onto the western side of Bootcamp, down south we have teams around the area of QWERTY. Fights are still pretty much not imminent, but once this circle make its shift, or maybe the grounder. As soon as they make a move onto the land, there will be certain team known as North Esports present around the area of Cow that will be making it pretty difficult for them. Only if they hit the Cow region directly. If they dodge Cow region, which I guess the IGL has made a call, I guess they are going to be safe for now. But it seems like it's Quraysh.
Uh-oh.
It's Quraysh that has already been spotted down, and that was the reason they were just not moving an inch into the water. The vehicle, the boat has been completely blown up, and I can see Leon has 4 potential finish point racked up for his column, and that's why he's just running out hungrily in the blue.
Absolutely. He's definitely not wanting to let those players from the side of grounders move away from that position. He did see that there was a boat running across the area and he sprayed on perfectly, allowing the players of TG to just completely pincer themselves away from the boat and in the water iron itself. But now it seems like, well, this is going to be an interesting approach for showcase from the side of 4V's player. On the other front, the grounders are here looking pretty comfortable in terms of the zone. We have a perfect shift once again. TUF looking very
Hmm.
very comfortable because towards that barn region, I mean, there's no team around for 300 meters in the entirety in the entire radius of barn
Mhm.
altogether itself. So a wonderful turnout of events for the side of TUF, but they now need to capitalize, as you were so mentioning earlier, the points. You get placement points, yes, but the elimination points are that much more crucial for you to be able to capitalize upon, and that is where the zone is going to be, well, hopefully bringing these teams against each other.
Oh, definitely. But we didn't get to see any fight around the area of boot camp and Paradise Door, but there we have it. I was just talking about the fight we are having, and we are seeing Quraysh Esports taking down one by one the player of TMW. And this is the problem that TMW is facing, the brunt, the heat that they are facing in this Pakistani lobby. They lost one player in the fight that they had against one team. In the very early half of the game, and as soon as they tried moving out, this is just looking dead for them. One more goes down. I guess it's just lonesome. The one player standing, Ibby from the sides of TMW. Can he just get one strike, one face, one blow onto the face of Quraysh Esports? We're still up to wait for that.
Well, not looking good for the side of the team in pink, which is going to be TMW right here. And that first fight that we did see them take was against the players of XGeneration, where they tried their level best to hold the fort against the players of XGeneration, but XGeneration had a perfect advantage of the compound work from the favor. But dude, this is so close, Mani. Well, never mind. Mani is definitely going to be able to give in that perfect blow, and that in return is going to be the first team to get eliminated from the first game of Pakistan Region PMPL Qualifiers. We have TMW saying sayonara to the fight in the first map. But again, this is just the start of the day, so they still have opportunities that will be lined up for them. But now this is the moment that we have been waiting for, right? I mean, this is where the zone is going to be moving away and bringing the teams closer and closer together. Till now, we're looking at a very fanned out approach from so many of these teams. I mean, these teams have been playing against each other, so they pretty much know what to anticipate from their opponent teams. And as far as drop contestations were concerned, there were only one or two, and that
Yeah.
was pretty much it. So till now, all the colors are very well separated, but hopefully not for long.
No, definitely. We'll get to see. We'll get to just see a lot of teams just making a move. But as soon as we just saw in that minimap, certain teams just trying to make a move. In the southern side, we just saw how Quraysh Esports completely wiped out the complete team of TMW. And we still just saw, while we were fetching out all these maps, we just saw certain teams still on the southern side. We had XGeneration, from which TMW had the fight. So what I can guess by the rotation of TMW is that they just hurried in all these things, and they were just pretty quick, and that resulted them get taken down by Quraysh Esports, while X Generation are still stuck on the southern side and they're still pretty much safe. But in the vicinity of the circle, in the dead smack center, we just saw how Team QWERTY are positioning themselves, and this is a team to look out for when we get to see every time Group A, two teams. 52x Rage and Team QWERTY. X Generation also had a very good fight, but these two teams have had some real lamplight performance in the past, and I guess Group A, these two teams are the very blistering one whenever they come into play.
Well, we still have 15 teams remaining. It's a little bit of a passive approach being showcased from the entirety of the lobby right here on the map of Sanhok, where we're almost 14 minutes in. But alongside all of that, Magnus Esports are looking very phenomenal. I mean, Adil just picked up an LMG right there. Along with that, his teammates are also looking phenomenal as they moved on away from Camp Charlie approach that they had initially as they tried to take on a fight. As of now, they're looking pretty comfortable in terms of their loot, but now is the time to shine. Now is the time to use those LMGs and those level 3 kits to be able to bring the advantage into your favor and take the fight to the face of the opponent. And with that, we've got the zone constructing once again. And finally, moving away from the side of Ban, where TUF are now going to have to leave their lovely compound. Out in the open they go, and this is where the fights are going to be brought in, because the rotations, we can see so many teams, I mean 5-6 teams making that northern rotation. They are going to have to contest against each other. We've got the grounders making a crazy water rotation
Yeah.
along with North Esports right on their flank. This is the moment that, of course, the viewers were waiting for as well, because the fights are about to begin 15 minutes into the map of Sanhok.
If you look at the blue, we have still Quraysh Esports getting a beating from the blues. I don't really understand why they're still stuck in the blue. Maybe they're just going for the late rotation. Yes, this will be
Perhaps.
helping for sure this time, because the zone has come to the southern side. So they just need to make a move an inch. And if they backstab XG, the XGeneration, that will pretty much their game for that
Ooh.
moment. But as soon as they made a move into the circle, they are going to be facing a lot of destructive gameplay. There we have it. North Esports Zameen going down, and the Grounders are getting some finish point in the name.
Exactly. While they made that northern rotation, those teams were so very close to each other. TG and NES are definitely taking it forefront. On the other side, on our screens itself, we've got Regicide's player Waz right here, who's taken on a long approach against the players of QWERTY. But will it be enough? Because again, I mean, this is a long extended fight, and never mind the long extended fight, because the side of Grounders definitely did not take more than 2 minutes to completely thrash their opponents, and that is going to be North Esports getting eliminated on that 15th position.
So now I understand why the Grounders made those ballsy extreme rotation. They was pretty much confident that even if any fight comes our way, we will be getting a thumping victory into them. And there we have it, 3 finish racked up in their name with 1 for Jigsaw. It's not only about the Grounders, it's also about the rest of the team that are coming up into the fight. As soon as we just got to see a circle shift, now it's again 450 meters. So now one obstacle has been cleared for the Grounders. They just eliminated, and North Esports became second team in this PMPL qualifiers to get eliminated. There's still a lot of team that they need to fight on the northern side, but the northeastern side is where TUF, as you just mentioned, they had to come out of from their Bhan compounds, and it was that time where it was MS, the team that is still waiting in the backdrop to just strike. And in the open, we can get to see Joker has spotted a complete squad out there. We're just waiting if the knock gets down from the TUF.
Dude, Stars players completely thrashing the rotation being showcased from the side of Grounders. In the kill feed, we're looking at Star players just completely stopping TG in their tracks. But, of course, the knocks have been confirmed, but the team of the Grounders has not yet been eliminated. And with that, as we move on through towards the side of TUF, they've made that rotation. Joker, Sir, Thor, Abdullah, Virus, they're all prepped, they're all equipped, they're all ready. But will Meteorshot be able to reign in supreme with the May that the entirety of Meteorshot is going to be pushing on along?
Wow.
This is looking like a very synergistic team, and in doing so, Katir bringing in that first knock and a blow to the side of TUF, where Thor will be eliminated thanks to the LNG approach. But now it is going to be a 4v3 affair between Metershot and TUF.
With Virus going down, it's just the 2 men standing from sides of TUF. Katir completely obliterating TUF, not able to withstand the heat. I guess Joker is just finding himself away from all these fights. Retreat is the call that has been made, and he has to face and eat all these blues. You have the buggy, you can still make a rotation, but how do you save yourself? Ash is the one that will be coming up into the fight, but before that happens, Halsey goes down. Abdullah has been trade knocked, and this leaves down to one poor little fellow out in the blues. Joker can't do much. He can't do much. He can just wait Katir and the rest of the player to move away, and then only he can make a move and a push into zone. But the northeastern shift again will be helping all these teams that are still into all these fights.
Absolutely, and it seems like he is going to be taking a backseat approach right here, Joker, sir. He's not going to be able to, of course, help his teammates, but for now, all he's going to try and do is just well, slowly inch on through. Snail's pace approach is what he's going to try and see. And, well, that might just work out for him because right now
Hmm.
it seems like the side of Metershot, they have troubles of their own because Star has caught up to them. And Star, as we can see in the Alive, they are the ones who are reigning in supreme in terms of the eliminations, with 4 eliminations already confirmed into their side, looking pretty magnanimous on the side of Star's elimination defeat counts points as of now. But again, we've got 14 teams remaining, 19 minutes into the map of Sanhok. So we can definitely say that the teams are taking a backseat approach when it comes to the aggression from the side of Pakistani region, because they do know what is at stake and they want to be able to play their cards right in every single game, starting from the day one, game one itself.
Ah, definitely. No two is doubt about that because they know only top 70 teams out of all these 20 just fighting and meetling out among themselves will be moving into the upcoming PMPL for the Pakistan region. And there we have it, Hacker going down. MGS, the team just, Magnus Esports coming up into the fight. Till now, they were just keeping quiet into the area of Camp Charlie. If you remember, they jumped down, dropped down, and then it's the time they made late rotation, and now they find themselves on the edge of the seats. We
Yep.
have Team HR on the western side. Everyone just with a fan out approach. If we just have a look at that, they're just waiting for the gatekeep approach. If someone comes in, they will be the one that will be stinging them. But is that enough for them? That's the question.
Well, they're waiting to raise hell right here, but it seems like QWERTY is the team that maybe might be the ones who will be the one that might contest the position that the side of Hellraisers have found themselves in, because QWERTY has seem to found themselves a compound, whereas on the other front, very close to their vicinity, is going to be the side of Hellraisers out in the open. But alongside all of that, QWERTY's Gravity taking on a perfect spray approach against the players of Magnus Adil, and Adil has been brought down on his knees. But it seems like he's not going to be Gravity right here on our screens. He's not going to be pushing on to confirm that elimination point for himself. For now, he just wants to give that damage and find himself in the comfort of the zone along with his teammates. So they're looking pretty neat for now. QWERTY, of course, they've all found themselves into this compound, and that is going to be working in their favor. Magnus getting eliminated on the 14th position. Along with that, the Grounders getting eliminated on 13th position as well. I mean, they had a very big rotation to make the Grounders, but eventually, as we push on along, they were able to, well, at least get 3 elimination points. So that is a GT approach being showcased from the side of Grounders. But now, Quantum Rage, serious. What exactly is that nade going to be bringing for you, mate? On the other front, 4VTFD also getting eliminated on the 12th position. So quite a lot of fights again. You've got, I mean, 20 minutes into the game, 11 teams still surviving with 37 players. So you do have the opportunity and option of getting third-partied and giving the third-party blows to other teams as well. And that is exactly what is happening right here. XGeneration are in a little bit of trouble of their own, as it is going to be Quantum Rage. Serious pushing on with an amazing approach with the UMP, getting 2 eliminations already confirmed for the side of his team, where 4 is what the total number of defeats for the side of that team is.
Clean as you can say, as clean as a water for Quantum Rage, and completely obliterating a players, not just a player, a complete team. 10 teams, 31 players still left in the lobby with 6 elimination in the name of Team Star. If you remember, they just completely obliterated North Esports that had really good time till the moment. But now we have Team HR just up against, and since it's a very small map, as we just talked about in the very early half of the game, with still 27 players left, I'm expecting a lot of heat coming up in the next few minutes. There we have a Team H2E going up into the fight. It was a gatekeep approach for the sides of Team H2E, but seems like they are facing a lot of blows. Bilal showing his back is not the way he need to run away, but he find himself out in the open. Gravity takes down Insane. Money goes down. Everyone just coming up into the fight. Quraysh Esports, Bilal is the last player standing, and as soon as he goes down, team will be eliminated with total 8 elimination into the name. We are just down to 5 teams and 16 players alive, and imagine 3 minutes back, we were having as large as 30 players in this lobby.
Exactly.
And within a blink of an eye, it's half done. It's just half done.
Well, what can you say? And again, that fight that Khatiri took from the side of H2E, it was just phenomenal. The 2 players were already knocked. Had he been able to give that final blow to Bilal, he would have confirmed 3 defeats to his team. But Bilal did not allow that. So that was wonderfully played from the side of that team. But with that, we've got 4 teams remaining, 15 players alive. And now as we bring that conversation down to the numbers advantage, well, we've got Star, we've got QWERTY. They've all looking pretty comfortable with, again, all 4 members of their team surviving. So amazing, phenomenal turn of events. But now, again, the zone is going to be the cause for concern for these teams, because the zone, as we can see in the minimap, is not favoring any of them.
Definitely, we have Quantum Rage out of it. They have to face a lot of wrath, not only just about the Blues. We have Team Star just lined up for them, and Team QWERTY, as soon as they were trying to make a push into the zone, it was already 52x Rage with the small Lil Hut approach into the name. The grenade has been cooked down, and there we have it. Faster takes down. Gravity has been
Dude.
completely finished, and Destroyer also goes down. They should have actually preempted that. Yes, smokes always invite a lot of utilities into that cloud, and I expected some real high IQ gameplay in all these situations, but I guess that was not shown by Team QWERTY, and they are being falling off. And there we have it in the northeastern side, a complete squad wipe again for Quantum Rage without losing any one player, any single player. Again, a clean fight into the name.
Absolutely. I mean, Quantum, they're playing it to perfection right here. But now it is the time of QWERTY to shine, where Gravity and his teammate Khan are going to well, never mind that. Caster's approach definitely not favoring the side of that team, where QWERTY will be eliminated. Thus, we've got only 2 teams surviving. That is going to be the name of course, 52x Rage going up against the Quantum approach being showcased from the lads of this team, with 9 defeats confirmed. All 4 players still surviving. The forecast for Chicken Dinner already in favor of Quantum Rage. They just need to bring it down to the face of the opponent. That is going to be, of course, the 2 players from 52x Rage. But Faster, that dude is quick with his nades. We just need to see if he can recreate that action against the 4-man squad of Quantum Rage.
Already 9 defeats onto the name. Can they convert it to 11? That's the question. There is nowhere to go for Daku and Faster from the sides of 52x Rage, because the circle has moved away. It's 29 meter, and as soon as they make a move into the circle, the 29 meter will be finding themselves away from all these small little huts. So the position is already known by Quantum Rage. I guess only smoke can help in all these situations, as we can get to see JD has created that flank, that even if one player from the sides of 52x Rage tries to create the flank, he will be the one to take them down. But seems like Rage knows that these are all these 2 potential finishes. We don't want to give them away. But JD, hold on. We still have enough in the tank left for Spark and Quantum Rage. One more finish again into the name, and seems like everyone just hurling onto the face of it. There we have it as soon as Daku goes down. Quantum Rage just not letting all those finish points get acclimated in all these Blues. Rather, they will take away a very high fracking game in the initial first half of the game. 11 total finish in a game of Sanhok is no joke. And this is what something Quantum Rage has achieved in this match.
Definitely, dude. I mean, there were quite a few respectable teams that I would like to mention, along with, of course, Quantum Rage's approach. I mean, Star, they were looking pretty good. QWERTY, the way they were making those rotations and pushes against the opponent teams were really phenomenal and very, very well synergized. But Quantum Rage, I mean, this team definitely does take the cake away from all the rest of the lobby, because they walk away with 11 eliminations. That is a dominating streak to have on the map of Sanhok. But mind you, again, I mean, the entirety of the lobby did play passive for quite a long time, till the zone itself started pushing against these teams and had to well get them into a fight. But yeah, I would say that was a really good first game coming in from the side of Pakistan region.
Definitely, till 20 minutes, as you just mentioned, there was complete passive approach. Till 20-minute marker,
Exactly,
we
till
had
20 minutes. That's ludicrous.
32 to 33 to 34 players still left in the lobby, and as soon as the 21st minute markup crossed by, the circle made a shift, and then we just got to see hell broke loose into this map of Sanhok. But I'm still not able to figure out how many total number of clean fight was taken down by Quantum Rage. They took down one at the very initial half of the game. That was TG, the grounders. Then they were trying to take down the player in the very last half of this game. They were just looking too clear with all these fights. With the numbers approach going to the favor, there was no way the chicken could have been snatched away from Quantum.
That is true, mate. But now, with first game done on Sanhok, now we'll be moving on away from that map on towards Miramar. So this is where, again, I mean, the groups are going to change as well, right? We've got Group E going to be chiming in, and Freestyle FS from the side of Group E. I'm definitely looking forward to their approach on the map of Miramar. Group A will not be playing, of course, so that is going to be a little bit of a trouble. Not trouble, I mean, they just basically get to sit back and relax, right? But alongside all of that, of course, right now is the time, as we move on through, to have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this first game.
Oh, we have Bilal Quraysh Esports.
Dude,
elimination.
Yes.
Oh, complete you.
No, sorry. All I was going to say was that this definitely makes sense in my brain. I mean, not about the MVP, because I anticipated some other team to be able to get that cake away. Because, I mean, you talk about eliminations, he only has 3 eliminations. But that survival time, along with the damage and the assists, that is where the dude takes the cake away from the entirety of the lobby. And again, I mean, we did mention that as well. In that fight, had Bilal gone down, he would have given away the points to the opponent team, but he did not falter away at all, and Khatir was not able to do anything. So yeah, that wonderful approach from the side of Bilal was the main reason why I think he deserves it. And yep, that is going to be the first MVP from this game.
Definitely, but it's not just about the top MVP of this match. We have more players coming in, and that's going to be the top 4 players. So it's not only about Bilal, it was also the approach came in from the sides of Mani, from the sides of Quraysh Esports, 4 eliminations, 605 damage. Survival time almost same what Bilal had, but Team Stars hung. 4 eliminations, 665 damage. As soon as any team, every team was trying to make a push, was trying to make any sort of movement from the northwestern side, northeastern side. They were just taking down too faster. With faster from the sides of 52x Rage, 3 elimination, this was looking too good for them. But let's just head towards the match summary to see how many total elimination we had. So we had 52 this time, 56 total knocks, 6,682 healing done in a quick paced match of Sanhok. This is looking too fluorescent.
It is, and again on the grade eliminations as well, grenade eliminations being only at 1, so it seems like the teams are definitely taking a very passive approach in these games, and nothing taken away from that. I mean, as long as you're able to just bring in the best gameplay that you possibly can, this is definitely what the fans want to be able to see, as well as they want the team that they love to be able to push on along from these 20 to the 17, the top 17 that will move on through into, of course, the PMPL qualifier list from the Pakistan region. And in doing so, we also do have the longest elimination coming in with 276 meters. So quite a long distance. And of course, with that, as we move on through to the match ranking, Quantum Rage taking the cherry from the entirety of the lobby with 11 eliminations. But look at Quraysh Esports, 8 eliminations and only 2 placement points. I mean, yeah, again, we can definitely bring that conversation back that when it comes down to fights and aggression, the side of Pakistan region, the teams, they are very, very kill hungry.
Oh, definitely. If we look at the MetershotxSKY Esports, they jumped towards the area of Camp Charlie, had a real early fight, total 8 points. On an average, even if they get 8 to 10 points in each match, yes, they will be good to go, because at the end, top 17 will be moving out of the top 20 teams. Grounders, just 3 total points. They wiped out a complete squad named as QE. That was North Esports, if I'm not wrong, on the northern side, when they move away towards the area of Khao. And after that, they just perished, with TmwEsports getting none from this match. North Esports was the one whom I just mentioned why they did not manage to get any points. TUF really had a good shy at this match, but just 1 total placement points. Magnus, 3 elimination, and all 3 came from the elimination.
Yep, and that was it. That was it. That is the storyline being created from these teams in the first game of the day. With that, again, we did talk about it during the schedule as well. We're looking at 5 games that are going to be played. So we've got Sanhok done. Now we move on through, of course, towards the side of Miramar, where we shall see which team is going to be reigning in supreme. And as mentioned earlier, we are going to be introduced to Group E as they play their very first game right here at PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers. And in doing so, I am looking forward to seeing what FS is going to be bringing to the table.
Oh, definitely. That comes in when we have a lot of different groups coming in. As just mentioned, freestyles, a lot of players. They have really high hopes. If you talk about Black, Malik, Tyrant, Avenger, Wasi, everyone just going all guns berserk. But I just saw, I mean, this very first game, a lot of team, as just mentioned, they were looking pretty good. But we'll be moving into the next game. But before that, we'll head to a short little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, folks, to PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers. We just done with the very first game on the game of Sanhok, but now is the time to jump into the map of Miramar. So, what are your expectations, Blotter?
Well, again, as we were discussing earlier, we've got all the teams divided in individual groups. Five groups is what we're looking at through A all the way down to E. But now Group E will be introduced, where, of course, we have new teams that will be playing for the very first time in this, of course, tournament right here. And as I said in the previous segment as well, before the break, I am looking forward to seeing what Freestyle is going to be playing like their first game like. And on the other front, again, I mean, if we talk about the group that will not be playing, we've got Group A, where we had, of course, different teams who will not be given the opportunity to be able to, get the points working for themselves. But now, as we move on across towards match number 2, we've got Group E introduced and Group D, my apologies, that will have to sit back out from this game.
D will be missing out. That means Esports and the Grounders, the team that got a lot of beating in the very first match, will be left out. Apart from that, as just perfectly mentioned, Group E comes in. That means I see a lot of fans in the chat as we get to see Esports Freestyles also making a move, but we have got the call. Jumping straight into this desert action, we get to see Team QWERTY on our TV screens. The big C-130 has already taken its leap, and from the western side, the flight path traverses towards the northern side and the eastern side of Laco Bradia. So no big city apart from El Hazar seems unglidable. Apart from that, certain teams loves to go towards the area of Torre Humada and Campo Militar Tier Bronca. That is where you will have to take all these Mirados and these buggy in all these situations. But you have to make sure that you need to pay respect to the zone 2, because if you make a late rotation in these type of circle terrains, there are a lot of teams that will be gatekeeping the situation, and also provided that terrain offers you a lot of obstacles.
Well. Oh, yes, that is all true indeed. But for now, again, these teams are going to be playing the very first Miramar map against each other. And of course, that is where we shall have to see if any team can, well, get the same kind of gameplay that was showcased from Quantum Rage in the previous game, right? I mean, with 11 eliminations and quite a lot of placement points working as well, with the chicken dinner working in the favor. We shall have to see what team is going to be able to catch up to that sort of a lead from the side of Quantum Rage that we saw in the first game. On the other front, as we move on through, this is an interesting zone being created. Now, we could very well see the Hacienda del Patron sort of a region zone drop that we mostly see, but I would love for this to go all the way up north towards that oasis. And yeah, that would be an X factor if the zone plays something like that.
Oh, definitely. As you just mentioned, northern side completely jam-packed by a lot of team. I see a big split coming in from the sides of 3X Esports. The team that is the purple marker, that is pretty much a fanned-out approach. Some players onto the western side of the ridge that is present on the eastern side of El Pozo. One player close to where Monto Nuevo City is there. One to where we have Power Grid, and one to where we have on the western side of Graveyard. I really don't know how is that going to be helping them. But as you just mentioned, as we just talked about 3X, we have them on the screen. Cronus, close where we have the area of Montenegro.
Absolutely, mate. But 3X, as we did talk about it, they're going to be introduced right here with a very an unknown approach, is what I would say, because the fanned out play that they're showcasing right here, this is going to be a lot of trouble for them, and they need to get together real quick and soon. Otherwise, yeah, they can be dropped like flies from the opponent teams.
Definitely. And as we talk about the fights that is already breaking up, PFG going up against Magnus Esports. Trade knock has been already made and finish has been secured by Mom2. VSS coming up into the action. I guess that's just the predicament loot, where the team are just constricting upon into it. And as we get to see in the latter half of the game, we won't see a lot of VSS, because that offers a lot of bullet drop, and that's not the viable option where you secure a lot of finish point with the help of that VSS.
Well, that is true. But again, I mean, I do love the meta of VSS, actually, because it's been a long time that we don't have that thing going on. But let's see if that'll be the case or not.
Oh, yes. Magnus Esports getting one finish into the name, rags up. Now Respect getting away, finding themselves in the vicinity of all these compounds. It's just the early time where we get to see 4 minute 4 second of this match. Everyone just segregating the loot with SLR into the hand of Respect. We might just see some blitzkrieg shots from this side. It's DMR coming up into action whenever we talk about the map of Mirror.
Absolutely, mate. And again, I mean, we did see this on the map of Sanhok as well, right? We have these teams playing a very safe approach when it comes to these games, and that is again going to be working in the team's favor because they have that much more time to recuperate, to be able to get their loot absolutely perfectly set up for themselves, and then push into the fight. But I don't want them to be waiting for too long and waiting for the zone to be the one that will move their fight against their opponent teams. But again, as we move on towards the map itself, we do have a lot of fanned out approach being showcased from so many of these teams because if we look on down towards the Del Mar, there's one team down south over there, very close to the Prison Island, on towards the Puerto Paracio region, on to the eastern south. We do have the side of Star that is also going to be far away from the zone as of now. So talking about the zone itself, as we did see earlier, we do still have so many teams that are going to have to make that rotation towards the northern side. And as I was talking about it earlier as well, I would love for the zone to actually constrict towards the north altogether itself, because that is where a lot of fun and a lot of masala is going to be created from the side of these teams that are going to be looking on to making a late rotation. But we shall see, because again, being the map of Miramar, it is going to be a slow, low-key affair
Oh
as
yeah.
of now.
Definitely, completely agreeing with you. The point as you just mentioned, and there is no hard shift this time. Complete sort of circle that's stricted around big cities like El Pozo. Now 52x Rage. They just will find no team in the vicinity till El Pozo, till the downside of Crittafield, till the downside of water treatment. But in the meanwhile, we have EV, the team EV in the center lines making a quick rotation. And from the western side, eastern side, we have XGeneration and Team Star also making a move. From the northern side, it will be Quantum Rage that will be finding themselves in a very good position. Apart from that, we just might expect some fight here or there onto the southern side around the areas of Chumasura. As soon as we get to see them, we have Team QWERTY on the screens with the Bulbury QWERTY Khan Destroy Gravity just making a move. Would love to see how Freestyle plays this game and if we have any contestation between Team QWERTY and Freestyle.
Oh, yes, that is going to be true, mate. That is going to be fun fight. But along with all of that, as we move on through from one team to the next, we can definitely talk about, of course, the meta of this map, where indeed the guns and the guns themselves, we do have Mini 14, the one that is utilized quite a lot from these players, because well, again, you do need that sort of an action packed approach from the side of the teams. And of course, as of now, we're looking at Team QWERTY's player Gravity trying to get some information against the opponent teams, and that is again going to be the approach from quite a lot of these teams, because in the initial, like, 10-12 minutes of the map of Miramar, we hardly see fights, right? I mean, most of the times the teams are just trying to get their loot segregated, they are making those rotations, and after that, for 12-14 minute marker is where we actually jump into the fights themselves, along with the zone constricting onto itself. But talking about the zones themselves, as of now, we're moving on along with XGeneration, who are finding themselves at the edge of the zone. And of course, we can see the Blues that have caught up to a few of their teammates, but overall they're looking in a pretty decent situation, because they've got the buggies in their control, so that means the vehicle is definitely going to be able to help them transverse away from the blue zone and get into the comfort. But as they do so, they best be careful, because the other teams, they're going to be waiting, and as soon as those vehicle audio cues are brought on along, the fights and the shots are definitely going to be taking in place. And this is where we've got Team HR Razor bringing in some action, and Somi trying to spray quite a lot of bullets onto the rotating team. But as of now, it seems like not a lot of damage is going to be given to the players.
Oh yeah, just the 8 minutes and 34 seconds onto the clock, and we still have everyone apart from one left in the lobby. As you just mentioned, a low-key small slow start for each and every team, and this is a good position. This is a definitely good position for Team HR. The heights that are acquired, if you remember, there is one team in this South Asian region, we have DRS. They love to hold all these areas. I guess this is the area where we have the western side of Critter Field, and there we have it. That's the exact thing. El Pozo, if you come out of El Pozo, you have an extended ridge. From HR to R3G, we have 8 different players spread out in a position that if any team, if any player comes out in the open, you have a huge advantage for yourself to take them down. And as soon as the circle made a shift onto the western side, they are in the dead smack center. Look at the positioning of all these teams that are in the dead smack center. And then we have Team TUF making a late entry onto the western side. Certain teams must be finding themselves in a position where they need to take a fight onto the eastern side. I'm talking about NV and XGeneration. Apart from that, we are getting to see a bit of cluster developing onto the northern side of Montenegro, because everyone is wanting that ridge that is now being held by R3G and Team HR.
Absolutely. On the other side, I do want to bring the viewers' attention towards the eastern front on the map right here, where we did have 3 teams. I mean, Star was the limelight over there because that team did get a lot of knocks and eliminations in the previous game. But along with that, there were 3 teams that are making that eastern rotation to get into the zone. And pretty soon, I'm anticipating a fight breaking down between these 3 teams that are making that eastern front rotation. On the other side, we were just getting introduced to XGeneration and their play. Well, previous game also, this was the team that held on the fort against the players of TWG and were able to move on along towards the decent gameplay on the map of Sanhok. So this time around, we'll have to also keep an eye out towards this game, this team, because they, like I said, I mean, they held their fort pretty neatly against the domination that was being showcased from the side of TWG. But overall, we still need to see a lot of elimination points racking up in this team XGeneration's favor. On the other front, talking about eliminations, we've got Magnus Esports, who seem to have caught up to the side of TUF, and it seems the nade parade from the side of Adil is going to be bringing in a little bit of damage towards the players of TUF, but TUF are looking comfortable and confident as they try and take on the fight to the face of Magnus.
Oh yes, they are taking up the fight. They need to take the fight, because last match they played in the game of Sanhok, just the 1 point is what they were able to secure. But Respect with the on-point grenade takes down Virus, and this was just the opening. We might get to see some certain flanks that can be created from the sides of Magnus Esports, but Respect with that top angle, pretty much unaware from the sides of Team TUF. Respect have also got a lot of hit onto his body. He's finding himself in a position where he has all the information. Smokes have been deployed from the sides of TUF. You can get to see 2 smokes, but still no flank being created apart from what we get to see from Respects and TUF. The call has been made that we need to retreat because we are being stuck in this situation. But I guess as soon as Caro gets onto the left-hand side, he sees the head of the player. He is using that free eye button, and he is finding the players on the backhand side. But it seems like there's other uninvited neighbor, as we get to see freestyles coming up in all these fights, and Magnus Esports, they will just steal away all these finish points into the name.
Well, on the other far away is going to be the side of Freestyle, as you were so perfectly mentioning, trying to chime in along into that fight as well. And Magnus Esports right now is in a little bit of a damage control situation, because the third-party situation from the side of FS have taken this fight in favor of TUF, where they did lose one of the players, that's going to be Joker Sir, but eventually the 3 players who were looking a few minutes ago not too good, they are going to be able to walk out of that position. So a GG play being showcased thanks to Freestyle jumping in to avenge those knocks that were brought on towards TUF. But I have to admit, I mean, TUF, we've seen these players play together for a long time. I mean, Virus, Abdullah, Thor, the synergy amongst them is pretty neat. But the previous game, the way they were brought on down just 1 point, this team is not looking dominating and strong. I'm not entirely sure what exactly is missing in this entire concoction that they've created for themselves in terms of the synergy. But of course, that is just very early anticipation from my side. We can definitely see a comeback story from their side, and I think I spoke too soon.
Oh yes,
Thor,
they would definitely
all by himself. I mean, how do you go on to take a fight like that? And look at that, on the other front, the 2 players from the side of Abdullah. This is not the TUF that we know. And well, with that being said, TUF getting eliminated on the 16th spot, Magnus getting a lot of elimination points. Of course, they did lose one of their players, Joker Sir, but they have 4 defeat points confirmed for themselves.
Oh yes, they definitely do have. With now for VTFD on our TV screen, we have Wenless getting up all these fights. So just imagine how many teams, how many players just came into all these fights. we had Magnus, we had TUF, then we had a backstab approach coming in from the sides of Freestyles, and now it's TFD. 4 teams indulge into the fight, and then we have onto the northern side 52x Rage just struggling to make a move into the zone. And far away, Quantum Rage, they have been taken down. It's JD that has been knocked down. I guess he needs to be revived, but again, one more clean fight goes into the name as now Smokes has been deployed. And onto the northern side, the fight is just going on and on. As soon as JD realizes there is someone on the back-end side, it's no other than Money from the sides of Quraysh Esports. He deploys a smoke and quickly patches himself up.
Well, for now, we of course do have the team that was looking really phenomenal in the previous game. That is in the name of course, Quantum Rage. As of now, they've been able to get 2 confirmed elimination points for themselves, and now they take the fight to the face of 52x Rage, and in that doing so, it is going to be a lot of troublesome situation that 52x Rage are going to have to face, but Quantum Rage are out in the open, so they better be careful, because the 52x Rage team, one thing working in that team's favor is going to be the compounds that they are holding, so that is going to be their defense approach. But in all of this, the zone is going to be moving away from these teams as they are right now taking the fight against each other at the edge of the zone. And in the kill feed, we do have TFD taking a fight against Magnus, but it seems like Magnus is there just dominating from one fight to the next.
What we have seen by the looks of it, Magnus doesn't shy away from taking all these fights. They had the option at the very initial stage when they were taking the fight against TUF, where Freestyles tried to make a backstab. They had the option to just retreat away. But that was certainly not the case, and this time again getting a lot of finish up points ragged in their name. And then we have 340 meters away, all these fights happening with Regicide going all berserk against TmW. It's insane going down. The cover fire has just come in at the very right point, but from far away, it's Voltrucks just trying to give a proper and an ample amount of cover fire. But I guess won't be enough to save his teammate as he just blitz away. With everyone from the sides of TmW need to make a move out of all these cemeteries, it's going to be pretty difficult for them because the height has already been in the favor of R3G. So the question still remains, how do they find themselves away and still bear the blues that will be eating themselves from the back?
That is true, mate, because again, you talk about the side of TMJ. This team did not have a good game in the first one, right, TmW? And this game around, they definitely need to change that strategy across. And with that, we've got the zone making another northern shift and thus pushing so many of these teams to make that rotation from the eastern front. We've still got Star leading the chart. Along with that, you've got Envy in the backlines and XG in the between with the green. So quite a lot of teams that are going to be making this rotation. But which team is it going to be that will get into the center? That is going to be StarX. So StarX, a wonderful rotation being showcased from their side, but now we shall have to see if that'll be enough or not. On the southern front, we had FS making a rotation into the zone altogether itself, and it seemed like they were also making an eastern front location from the zone, but we shall have to see if that southeastern front is what FS chooses to enter the zone, or are they going to be just straight lining and gunning it towards them from the south. On the other side, they've got 3X, not looking too good because they have gotten themselves against the players of QWERTY, and QWERTY are definitely dominating against these players.
Oh yes, no doubt about that. 3 finish already up to the name, add 1 more to it. Kaizen goes down, Destroy completely obliterating the lobby. And as soon as R3G goes into the circle, it is going to be a lot of team in their vicinity. Still Magnus Esports, TmW in the way. All these rotations are being made from the western side. It's pretty difficult if you are on that top hill. If you go down, the vehicle might just flip, but there we have it, a 1v1 fight, and seems like the players on the side of TmW are unaware of the positioning of the players where gravity is actually there. But one bullet onto the head, and there we have it. Mega MVP gone down. TmW leaves the lobby with MGS, Magnus Esports getting a lot of finish point already up the name. I will again waiting how QE, that is going to be of quantum range, would be allowing the team of the 52x Rage. Just we got to see in the last part of the minimap on the northern side, will they be able to allow them to make a move into the circle? But nothing to worry about. We have QWERTY coming up into the fight with Team H2E a complete control onto the southwestern side. They can still gatekeep the situation for a lot of players in the vicinity.
Wow, look at that. I mean, the elimination game is strong from the side of Magnus, where indeed in the previous game they got 3 eliminations and 0 placement points. This time around, they walk away with 9 eliminations from the looks of it, and again 0 placement points. So a wonderful play and aggressive stance being showcased from the side of Magnus, but they getting eliminated right now. With that, we have 11 teams remaining, 33 players alive. H2E, as you so perfectly were mentioning, I mean, the 3-man squad, they find themselves on top of this mountain ridge, and right across that arena is going to be, of course, so many teams that they can take on the fights towards. Of course, the first one is going to be QWERTY, but will that blow be showcased to the face of QWERTY? Because look at the defeats, the elimination points that QWERTY have been able to get for themselves as well. 7 elimination points, and the game still carries on forth. So a lot of things working for so many of these teams' favors. But in the end, the zone is where the conversation will be brought down, where in the next 30 seconds, it is going to constrict and move once again.
The southern side is where it went, and if you remember, if you pay heed to it, Freestyle have been completely out of all these fights. That means they have all the 4 players intact. They just had 1 knock secured onto TUF, and that was even secured by Magnus Esports, and they said no to all these fights. With the circle going into the favor, this is looking pretty good for Freestyles, and they know how to play their cards well from this situation. It is going to be a tough affair, not only for the sides of Envy, but also for Team Star. As soon as they make a move in the open, there are certain teams, if you look at the green colored marker, they are just waiting for the players to make a move into the circle. As we get to see the fishermen just waiting for the fish to come out of all these blue. They are just waiting to rack up all these finish point, and that is none other than XGeneration. I would love to see if there is any other fight apart from this. I would love to see XGeneration going up against Freestyles, a 4v4 fight. This will be a Mexican standoff for sure.
Well. Seems like FS has been given the opening from the side of XGeneration, where Freestyle are, even though, I mean, XGeneration, we can clearly see they have a lot of information against Freestyle's player and their approach, but it seems like QWERTY will get the better half of that fight, with Gravity and Destroyer making a very interesting flanked out approach. A 2-man split being showcased from the side is definitely going to be damaging a lot of players of the side of FS. On the other front, the 2 other players, that's going to be Wolverine and Khan, are going to be bringing in a lot of damage towards the team of H2E that were finding themselves on top of that mountain, but I guess not for long, because Team QWERTY is in action, getting the elimination against the players of Freestyle as they try to make a rotation right here. And now, with 11 defeats already confirmed, the fight still goes on, and QWERTY is still not yet done.
They are not playing, they are obliterating the lobby. QWERTY 11 finish point, and out of which Destroy had 4 into his name. More than one third of what QWERTY has been able to secure, he has for his name. Team Envy makes an exit with Daku getting a lot of finish point up his name. 52x Rage was also the team that really made it difficult for Quantum Rage, as we can get to see just the 1 player standing for the size of Quantum Rage. But that is an affair that is happening on the northern side. On to the eastern side, we have a lot of masala as XGeneration, with all the 4 players racked up. So I was early predicting a fight between Freestyles and XGeneration. They said no, as QWERTY took down each and everyone from the sides of Freestyle. Now we have everyone from the sides of XGeneration, all the 4 players, just making it difficult for Team Star to survive. And there we have it, 1 more player going down. The team has been completely damn smacked. And on the other side, it's Eevee getting down. JD is looking pretty ferocious at this moment. And in the kill feed, we can get to see it is a sandwich situation where JD is getting a grenade onto the face of Team Star, and from one hand side, it's already XGeneration. And in between all these 2 teams, a complete sandwich has been made for Team Star.
Dude, the zone has definitely brought in a lot of trouble for so many of these teams. The one thing that has favored QWERTY is the fact that the zone has been so very close to their position, and that is something that, along with the elevation advantage that QWERTY have, is definitely resulting in favoring them in terms of the points that they've been able to accumulate. But we still have XGeneration that is going to maybe bring in a little bit of blow against the positioning of QWERTY, because it's a 4v4 situation between those 2 teams. But as of now, it seems like XGeneration is slowly going to be pushing their ranks up, getting those elimination points working in that team's favor. But so is the case from the side of QWERTY, where look at Gravity, he is sitting at 4 elimination points already confirmed for his side, and they have a 3v1 split, 3-man that are, we can see on the mini map, towards the outer edge of the zone. They have complete control of the zone basically, and Gravity, this dude is just completely gravitating towards every single elimination point and defeat that he possibly can for the side of his team.
H2 has been completely pinned down by just 1 lad. It was a 2-2 split until and unless the circle made a 5th shift, and now we are heading towards the 7th shift, and the 3-1 split is completely working out in the favor of Team QWERTY. We can just have a high fragging potential chicken dinner for Team QWERTY is where they are heading towards. A complete flank created by Wolverine and Gravity stuck together with Destroyer and Khan on the backhand side. There we have it, one more finish point racked up to the name. 13 is where they stand, and out of which half has been secured in the name of Destroyer. 7 elimination already onto his name, and we still have a lot of players left in the lobby with all 4 players standing for QWERTY. 2-2 split, Destroyer and Khan. This is looking absolutely phenomenal for their side. I guess they have the zone control. The winner chicken dinner forecast also goes into the favor. It will just, if QWERTY does any mistake, the chicken dinner just can be snatched away. Apart from that, I don't see any other reason, as now JD goes down. It's all up to the Doc and Psycho. Will they turn off? Do we have enough in the tank left for them? Do we have any twist in the tail? We'll just get to see in a while.
Well, the information has been given away, their position has been given away. Psycho tries to take the fight to the face of Team QWERTY, but of course, no will be the answer, and the blow is going to be taken to the face of Psycho, where indeed Jaideep has definitely been able to give that revival, but Khan, utilizing that positioning to his advantage, is just going to push on along, get that kill confirmed, and with that, this team walk away with a crazy chicken dinner with the amount of elimination points that they racked up, 17 total. Team QWERTY is on a roll today. That we did see them in the first game as well, looking pretty neat, but now this definitely was not anticipated.
Oh, definitely. From 16th minute to what we just ended up, they were everywhere. 2-2 split, 3-1 split. In the meanwhile, the call was being made. An absolute stunning gameplay from the sides of Team QWERTY. And all thanks to the IGL Khan that just made it easy for them. It was not so easy unless it was so spot call in. Right on the money from the sides of Khan and the rest of the player. Team QWERTY played it to perfection, but you need to give credit to XGeneration, the way they have played the last match of Sanhok, and this game itself. This is just too looking good for them, because if you remember, at the end of the day, it's just the consistencies. It's not just about one gameplay, one star performance in one match. What we just got to see from Team QWERTY in the last match itself, we had a complete obliterating gameplay from the sides of XGeneration. This time, they really again showed it.
Well, another team to bring up in terms of that aggressive stance is definitely going to be Magnus, where indeed in the previous game they had 3 eliminations. This time around they walked away with 8 or 9 eliminations. So amazing showcase of aggression being showcased from Magnus. With that, let's have a look at the MVP, where Destroyer, of course, is going to be the reigning supreme dude with 8 eliminations, 2 assists. Wow.
And just 117 healing them. That shows completely that he was the one that was trying to create the flank. And the flanker has to play the anchor role. He needs to be present at that time. He needs to take up the fight and making sure that he doesn't soak a lot of damage. And at that point, that shows that he was the one that was taking the fight and that was playing the Ridge to its perfection, just hiding himself behind that. And just because of that, 117 healing done. That's just so absolutely outstanding for the sides of Destroyer and Team QWERTY in the second game of Miramar.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, Team QWERTY definitely pushing their ranks up, are probably going to be on #1 position in the overall ranking.
Oh, definitely. We'll get to see the top players from this match apart from QWERTY. Who else has paved this way? So Gravity, 5 elimination from Team QWERTY. So we have 2 players each from QWERTY and 2 players each from Magnus Esports, Momtu and Adil. Now we have seen the prowess with what that they have played in the last PMCO. I guess this is where they are bringing things up. In the last game, Magnus Esports, they secured 8 total points, 4 elimination and 4 placement points, as in total this time just the 7 elimination shared between 2 players. But with that being said, we'll move towards the match summary with 57 total elimination. This time 4 grenade elimination, and I guess all the 4 came in terms and in the favor of QWERTY when they tried to eliminate Freestyle.
Absolutely, and that has in return given us a really good Miramar game from these teams. But now, as the journey continues on, 2 games are done for the day, 3 more games remain, and for the next game, game number 3 of the day, we're going to be going back to, of course, the known map of Erangel, where the teams are going to be comfortable, but we'll see which team is going to be reigning in supreme on that. And now we move on to something that is just ludicrous to look at, match ranking, where you look at these elimination points from the side of Team QWERTY, 17, and then you move on down through to the 6th position team, which is going to be Magnus. Look at that, 0 placement points. 9 elimination points, and they were eliminated with 0. That means they were eliminated at what, 13th, 14th position. So again, if they start working towards those placement points, we can definitely see Magnus reigning in supreme, just like Team QWERTY did in this game.
Oh, definitely. They just need all these placement points racked up for them. So that's it. That's just it. Because we have seen in back-to-back game, that's not fluke. That didn't came by fluke for Magnus Esports. In 2 games back-to-back, Magnus Esports got a lot of elimination points dragged up for them. Team Star were the unlucky one. The circle just moved away and they were just left out in the open. Freestyle. Yeah, they really tried hard unless it was just the enough of prowess that came in from the sides of Team QWERTY and made it difficult for them to survive in all these situations. TmwEsports, again, the same story that happened in the last game. In the last game, if Sanhok, if you remember, they really tried to take the fight, but they were just not cautious enough for the flank that was created. And this time again, they were just they were just outplayed by the Pakistani lobby that we just saw in. And with the Group E joining in this last match, we saw a lot of performance coming in, because we see a lot of points that was secured from the sides from Team Envy, beat B3X Esports. But then again, they just secured 3 points. So 3X Esports, 3 points, just getting synonymous to what their name is.
Well. I mean, they've got the introduction as of now. But from the side of freestyle, of course, a lot more was anticipated. From the side of Team TUF, they are missing from the entire arena and the battleground. Not sure what is the cause for that, but only time will answer all of that, because as we move on through the 20 teams that we do have playing right here in the Pakistani PMPL qualifiers, we start off all the way down south. On the 20th position is going to be North Esports with sadly 0 points, and only that 1 game that they have played, of course.
Oh, yes. And then we have Team QWERTY. So 23 elimination, 25 total points, 1 chicken for their name, 48 total points, and Quantum Rage also doing good. Apart from there, 52X Rage Esports have been doing pretty well. But look at this, Magnus Esports in both these matches. In this one, 9 finish point. In the last one, 3, 12 total points. And this is the only team in the top 10 that has and that is in the double-digit marker only and only on the basis of the elimination point. That shows the Magnus Esports approach for this PMPL qualifiers, because at the end you just have to be in the top 17 out of the top 20, and each team will be playing the total of 12 matches, out of which I guess certain teams have played 2.
That is true. That is definitely true, mate. And as we were introduced to Group E, now as we move on through to the map of Erangel, things are going to change once again. Where this time around, I believe it is going to be Group C that is going to have to sit out. But we shall see when the schedule is going to be brought onto the screens. But as of now, it is definitely turning into an aggressive stance being showcased from these teams, where the first position holder is sitting at 48 points and the 10th position holder is sitting at 8 points. So 40-point difference in just 2 games, and that too, some teams have only played 1 game. So yeah, we can definitely confirm that the aggression stance that has been showcased right here is just going to keep on building up from these teams as we move on across with this 3-day affair.
Oh, definitely. And I really want certain teams that have faltered down. You talked about the TUF, things getting wrong for them. Yes, we just saw lone players taking a 1v3, 1v4 battle. And at that point, they just really missed up the mark at that point of time.
True.
And TUF really need to make sure that if they are going all guns blazing, you better be prepared with all the 4 men's lined up for you. Apart from that, we had a lot of team coming in. QWERTY, back-to-back good finish for them. But apart from that, we just saw how Magnus Esports' approach has been. 12 total points and 12 came out of all the finish point. This is the PMPL qualifiers for Pakistan. They need to make sure that, yes, they will be getting a lot of placement points. Just hold on the way Team QWERTY played till 16-17 minutes. They were just absent. Yes, they got some knocks secured in the very first half of the game, but then they just made sure that, yes, we move into the last circle. But with that being said, we are done with the second game itself. We will be back with the third game. But before moving on, we'll quickly look at the small little break. Welcome back, folks, to PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers, the road to the upcoming PMPL. And we just witnessed the two off map started day with the Sanhok and the last game where Team QWERTY just went all berserk. The next game is going to be on the map of Erangel. And before we move into that, what are your expectations? We just saw a small little start in the map of Miramar. I hope this time it changes its course in the game of Erangel.
Well, we shall definitely anticipate the zone to be the crazy one in this map of Erangel, because if we talk about the zones that were showcased in the previous weekend, South Asia, basically South Asia qualifiers for PMPL, right? I mean, the Erangel zones, they
Oh,
were the most ludicrous ones, right? Off the
a lot
bat in
of
the
military
first game
shifts.
itself, right? That was just bonker approach being showcased. So I'm hoping and anticipating the zone to keep on bringing that sort of an X factor, because that is what the entirety of the lobby will
Mhm.
be looking forward to as well, because that's what makes the game that much more well crispier. And along with all of that, the contestations, let's see what sort of contestations can we anticipate from these streams and the drop locations.
Oh yes, definitely. Drop location, drop contestation, as we all keep talking about. So Group E didn't play the first one. Group D didn't play the last one. Group C will be certainly missing out in the next
Right.
game of Erangel itself. And if that happens, that means Magnus Esports, a team that has been looking pretty phenomenal to this moment. We might just not see them in the action. To be more
Yep.
precise, we won't be seeing if Group C is sitting out. Not only that, we'll be sitting out Team Tough, TUF, HR, and also Team Star. But that means certain teams will be coming in. Grounders, North Esports, Metershot, Quraysh Esports. I'll be really keen to see what sort of gun gameplay they have to offer to us. But it seems that somebody needs to stop Team QWERTY. We'll talk more about that. But just let's have a look on the schedule for the day. And we have Erangel, the next game, as we just talk about it. The OG map, the favorite of everyone out there, everyone in the chat section. Show us the support for the team as well. Whom do you love? But C will be sitting out. That means A, B, D, and E. And Erangel will be played as the next match. And we still have the three total match: Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. But I guess the call has been made. We will straight away jumping into the game of Erangel. Blotter, take us through.
Well. Starting things off, once again, we do have the dominating force of the side of Team QWERTY that is going to be dominating on our screens, as the flight path is going to be starting from southeastern front of Novorupnoi all the way up north towards Zarki. So, an interesting approach from the side of the flight path itself altogether, because it is dissecting the map and definitely going to be allowing the teams to go on to their respective drop locations pretty neatly and easily, perhaps, is what I should also mention. On the other front, as we talk about contestations, well, let's see how many minutes in to this map of Erangel are we going to be looking at the first blood situation from these teams. Alongside that, as we look at to the teams dropping on down south, we do have military base that is in control of Envy as of now. And as we move
Mhm.
towards the side of Novorupnoi, we again do have one more team that is going to be jumping themselves. So for the side of military base, there's absolutely no contestations that can be anticipated as of now, because there aren't many teams that have decided to go down there.
Oh, definitely. Apart from Envy, it's pretty much outlandish to say, and we have seen in the past itself. Not a lot of team likes to jump onto the area of military base. Not an easy place to actually have an acclimatization with, because the circle, I guess, 8 or maybe 9 out of 10 times move northern side, and at
Right,
that point you
right,
have
right.
to be spot on with the rotation, and only if you have a mastery in that you better be just jumping them yourself into the same vicinity. If not, you better have some certain different drop location, as we can get to see TMW jumping onto the area of Zarki. Ferry Pier is where we have the grounders. Sky Sports, no Urupnoy is where they are actually positioned. I would love to see if any team actually shows the intent to gatekeep the situation and bridge camp the situation. By the looks of it, seems like we don't have any drop contestation. Whatever be the case, Georgopol is where, Northern Georgopol is where we can get to see EV School completely occupied by North Esports. H2E Puchinki is where they are actually positioned, and Freestyles in an early movement with the vehicle with 4 different players using the 4 different vehicles. This is looking too good for them. And as we get to see, the grounders are also separating themselves away and getting all these vehicles on these NH. You have also the glider, that's also an option. But I guess glider, that the fast it goes into there, it's where you find yourself on the land itself.
Well. We do need to also bring up the conversation about the side of the team that is sitting at the bottom of the totem pole, not having good games whatsoever at all. And that, of course, is going to be TWG. The team that has dropped all the way northwest towards the side of Zarki are looking comfortable for now, because towards that Zarki drop location for their side, they have no other team contesting them. But they need to start bringing in some plays, because they
no.
are missing out on the opportunities. On the other side, talk about some first blood situation. It seemed like the Doc from XGeneration almost was able to pinch down QWERTY, but sadly that has not been the case as of now. So we are going to have to wait a little bit longer for that first blood situation.
The fight is still going in. XGeneration was just trying to run down and bring down the players of Team QWERTY. The fight that started in the map of Miramar is still up for grab for the players, and Prison is where XGeneration will be acclimating themselves. 970 meter is the total distance, and it's going to be a tough task, to be honest, because eastern side is where they will be making a rotation, and since they have to cross big cities, mansions, shelter, they have to cross it all the way and to the point where we have certain teams sitting in Pochinki. This is going to be a tough task, but close to where I guess it's a steal robbery being made for the sides of Team QWERTY. Certain vehicles have already been stolen. The audacity has been showed by Team QWERTY, and I guess that has come from the last two matches itself.
Yep, but this time around, I mean, a wonderfully fanned out decision and approach from the side of QWERTY. They are not going to retaliate or push on to this location of prison from the side of XGeneration. They are, well, they're looking hunky-dory. They've got no troubles as of now, at least in the first few minutes of the game. With that, as we move on through from one team to the next, we've got Regicide Insane right here in front of our screens, and this dude is taking the fight with the nade parade being showcased. Where exactly is his team? Yep, his team is also going to be there, and that perfectly set up nade is going to be bringing down money. Not the kind of approach that, of course, Quraysh were looking forward to in this map of Erangel, but that is what Regicide had for them. For now, it seems like Regicide are going to be pushing on along, but thankfully, the perfectly set up position from the side of Romeo YT is definitely going to be helping his cause, but in doing so, it is going to be the side of Quraysh who will jump into the compound, and now it is going to be a 3v3 affair between these two teams, as the player has been brought down to his knees from the side of course, well, chaos. This is a complete chaos. All right, and with that, we've got Chaos Theory working in none of these teams' favor. As you see, I mean, look at that nade. That nade did not go where it was delivered and decided to, because it just bounced off of the wall right in front. So a lot of chaos being showcased between this fight between the side of Regicide and, of course, his teammates. Now, Vaz is going to be trying to get him revived. Nocto has been brought onto his knees. Romeo YT, the dude who was able to get that first blood, basically, has also been brought down, but it seems like in overall a lot of damage was brought on from both these teams, but indeed in the end they were able to still walk out of the situation. So we've got Quraysh with two players. There's going to be Bilal, who is now going to have to try and decide if he can maybe survive, because he's just a one-man squad and his team has been brought down to a one-man army. So not the kind of approach that Quraysh had. Same can be said for Regicide as well. I mean, they did walk away with the two defeats that they've got, but it was a chaotic fight, an unnecessary fight in certain scenario. But overall, as long as they've got the points, that is all that matters. And with that, 6 minutes into the game, we're looking at a team that has been brought down to a 3-man squad, and that is going to be from the side of Quraysh Esports for now.
Oh yes, 3 defeats into the name, and with Sardarji going down, seems like Quraysh Esports have already getting a lot of hammered onto the head. 3 finish onto the name secure, and with the Nocto going down, R3GS, you have secured 3 finish point. Now all I want for them is now a passive move is all what I expect. With TG finding themselves in the extreme southwestern side, Primorsk is where they're actually positioned. There is no obstruction either for Sky Sports that are present in the Nova now, and also the same can be said for NV. Completely no obstruction, whatever be the case. But I really want to see where QWERTY are actually positioned. I'm still trying to figure it out. So yes, we have them in the Lipovka. Until school, no team is actually positioned. Certain weird kind of situation we don't see in these sort of circles, team rotating close to where Yasnap Polyana is actually present. we can get to see 3 teams in the closer vicinity. Just imagine if Stalwart Kamishki teams comes nearby. It's 52 rage and extreme rotation going maybe just can go into the favor of XGeneration. Yes, this is a safer one from the northern side, but you have to be better prepared for yourself because there are a lot of team with the same thought process. So if you think that this area is particularly safe for us, there are other team who will be looking for the same and safe viable option.
Definitely, and that again is going to be a lot of trouble for the side of Bilal from the side of Quraysh Esports, because he's just a one-man squad left from the entirety of his team, as they did try and take a fight. Sadly, did not favor them. They had the compound working in their favor, but Regicide, the way they pushed on along, that was just beautifully set up, and indeed in doing so, chaos has resulted in Quraysh Esports being dropped down to just this one-man army for now, as he finds himself towards the Gatka region. He's going to be pretty comfortable in the zone, but 8 minutes in, all the teams are also going to be looking to get into that area. As we can see towards the Gatka region, Bilal is all by himself, all by his lonesome. And if we move on down south into the blues, we can see the side of course, Metershot making a rotation now, or in fact not yet, because we still don't see them in the vehicles. So they're still holding that fort, and now the zone has gone really far away for the side of Metershot. They need to start making that rotation pretty quick as well. Talk about late rotations coming in. We've got QWERTY doing the exact same thing, where it is a 2-man split that the team is playing with. Destroyer and Wolverine find themselves into the blues, but they are in the vehicle, so they're going to be a-okay. As we move on to the zone, though, Ivy.
Oh yeah.
That perfect mountain approach that they've got going for themselves, it is definitely going to be helping their cause. But now we need to see if they can utilize that altitude and height information for their advantage and be able to take the fights to the face of their opponents. And right here, we might have an opportunity for Ivy to be able to deliver that exact same aggressive stance that I'm talking about, because TmW is right across in their vicinity.
Definitely. And around the ruins, we still have North Esports. I just mentioned in the vicinity, TmW. In the same vicinity, we have Ivy. But I just noticed a very strong rotation coming in from the sides of the grounders. So they jumped onto the area of Primorsk and complete western side. Since it's
Yep.
empty, it's no more where we can get to see a lot of collision coming in. They still have a very safe entry. R3G, yes, they were positioned on the southeastern side, but as soon as the circle made a shift, they completely made a U-turn, finding themselves from the southern side. So 2-3 teams will get to see how far do they go. But seems like TmW, they have got a lot of beating in the last 2 matches, but they are pretty much high with their morale, with the confidence, and that's the way you play. Finding themselves in the foothills of the Georgiapol high mountain that we get to see. We'll love to see if any slam comes onto the face of it, how would they actually secure the fort for not getting breached up.
Well, that is going to be the million-dollar question from the side of the team of TmW. But on the other front, as we did just mention, the side of North Esports is looking very comfortable in the compound that they are holding, as they are pretty much in the center of the zone. 11 minutes in, again, we're looking at a very, very passive approach that is being showcased from the side of the Pakistani region teams as they try and get into the comfort of the zone. They hold on to a compound, and then they just keep on chilling. So that is what the entire day's games have turned out to be, and that is going to be not so different on this third map as well, as we get through the 12-minute marker on this map of Erangel. We've got Regicide with Insane and Voltrux out in the open, going to be looking pretty comfortable in that position. With all of that taken care of, TmW coming into the fray with some shots, some very far spanned out shots being showcased, and this is where Miracle from the side of 3x was in a little bit of a trouble. But again, I mean, yeah, you've got the 4x dude, but it's yeah, you just giving away your information. That's exactly what the dude has done, and so it is well, let's see, nothing taken away from that from that decision, but we'll see what TmW is going to be able to bring.
Oh yes, but we need to see what North Esports has to offer to us. Avenger just getting all the information racked up for the team. They do know that yes, certain team is trying to approach them. That's again a 2-2 split. If we closely look, Wolverine and Destroyer are stuck together with Gravity and Khan in the Dasha, that they're just trying to make a move. Team QWERTY is the one that makes a late rotation in these sort of circles. They are sitting 20% into the circle from the edge of it, and the grounders, look at where they're actually positioned. Downtown towards the area of hospital is where they are, and the circle is favoring them. The circle is also favoring the high hill in the southern side of Georgiapol, where Ivy are positioned. I guess they need not to move an inch. the question still remains how the northern team, we talk about QR, that is going to be of Quantum Rage, 52X Rage, and also XGeneration, 3 teams. They have really tough time if we just talk about it for them. On the eastern side, we have Sky Esports, and since now Circle is away for them, the fight is inevitable, I guess, between Team QWERTY and H2.
Oh, yes, it is. That is true. Now, again, it is all based on the zone itself, right? The zone is what dictates the fights in the Pakistani region, is what we're looking at. And that is something that, well, now is the moment to shine for these teams. Now is the moment for them to deliver, because the zone has gotten these teams so very close. And as you so perfectly were mentioning, H2E, we can see a little bit of sprays being showcased from their side, along with 4V TFD's players as well. But as of now, we are going to be jumping towards the side of Team Envy's players, as they are going to be, well, not in a fight, but certainly in the middle of a rotation to get into the center of the zone. With that, the second airdrop being brought, that is going to be the LMG. That is going to be, well, available for any of these teams. We still, of course, do have all the 16 teams surviving. We still do have that one final player, that was the Bilal, who is still able to survive towards that Quraysh, as we can see on the screens right there. So it is going to be 14 minutes into the game as of now. A very passive approach, but just a few more minutes and seconds, and it is going to be time to deliver the aggressive stance. H2E's Dread goes down to the play zone, but Freestyle on our screens are definitely wanting to confirm some points for themselves in this game.
No, pretty close. Wasi,
that was close,
with the M249, pretty close, but he shies away. He makes a U-turn, gets away. I don't really know. Has he been granted? A lot of mercy being shown from the sides of Freestyle, and just imagine if 52X Rage, the same player, starts taking down one by one the players of Freestyle. There was no way that player could have been saved, but yes, there we have it. The fight going up against Ivy and Quantum Rage.
Well, the nade parade being showcased from the side of Ivy is definitely on point. Zaidan, Hasu, as well as Fadi, the way they are just pushing across from one nade to the next against the players of Quantum Rage are looking ferocious. But, dude, that one nade is all it took from the side of Quantum Rage to be able to completely stop the aggressive stance that Ivy were trying to deliver. But, of course, as of now, the revival is going to be confirmed. It is looking like a 3v4 situation where, of course, for the side of Ivy, they best be careful. But serious, look at that, dude. Look at the man with the ball is going to push on along and take the fight to the face, but not for long, because Hasu is going to deliver with that nade parade, completely getting that elimination and knock point for his team. So this is going to get that 1 point from their side, but Zayden in the backlines of Ivy has once again been knocked and brought down.
Definitely a ballsy move came in, but seems like the team was not ready. It was just one player from the sides of QWERTY that was interested in making a push, but by the looks of it, seems the circle has already shifted away. That means both the team needs to actually retreat away from all these fights. If not, both are damaging themselves equally into the fight. With still 16 teams in the lobby, 58 players still alive, just the 16-minute, we are just heading towards a start where at this point, we might expect a lot of fight to actually happen, but seems like neither Quantum Rage nor Ivy are interested to fall themselves away. They have the buggies, they have the Dashias. It's not that they don't have any locomotive way. They do have, but it's just the intent that needs to be showed down.
Well, that intent is definitely going to be showcased from the side of Ivy, where they are wanting to get the kills, get the elimination points for themselves. And in the kill feed, we're looking at the players of 4v taking a lot of fight as well. So now, finally, thanks to the zone, the 16-17-minute marker, we are looking at a lot of kills being showcased. But on our screens, we only have Ivy and Quantum Rage, and it seems like Quantum Rage has finally decided to back out of this fight. Ivy's still holding on for a little bit longer, but overall, in this entire saga, they were able to walk away with 1 point. That is going to be, of course, Sirius, who was brought down from the side of Quantum, and in doing so, we do have our first team getting eliminated, and that's going to be 52X Rage, thanks to the Grounders.
Oh, definitely. 50 Rage gone down completely. But Quantum Rage here has actually fallen himself away, with Ivy not realizing the fact. Now they do know. They have seen a lot of vehicles moving around, passing by them. With TMW again in the situation. If you remember the last match, TMW were in the same situation between two teams stuck again. JD is the one that will be the last one to move away from all these fights. He doesn't have a lot of HP to survive by. He needs to go around all these areas, but far away, it's already R3G just trying to gatekeep the situation. The next can be the one to go down. can be from the sides of North Esports, but this is certainly not the case, as now 3x comes up into the fight. IQ has been blown away. Freestyle this time, they are not sparing anyone.
Absolutely. I mean, this team is very much in control right now, but Spark is definitely cooking up a nade right here from the side of Quantum, and that is going to be lobbed on across to the positioning of Black, and Black was running exactly towards the nade, but thankfully has not been knocked. Or my word, mark my word, and there you go. You got a third-party situation, and in the kill feed, you can clearly see it was the Grounders Sensei who was the reason why FS's Black has been brought down to his knees, and now the conversation is going to be Tyrant is so far away, he's definitely not going to be able to help the team, but what exactly is going to be the position that FS will be once this fight is done?
You need all these numbers in all these fights. You know you are in the open, and yes, I understand that flank has to be there, but that flank doesn't has to be that long, far that even if the fight comes in, you are not able to make a move and help your team come out of all these situations. 3x Esports makes an exit, a tata bye-bye for them, but there is no stopping for the Grounders. As soon as I say that, seems like JD from the sides of XG is just trying to take up the fight with R3G, just trying to cook up the grenade. Comes in and insane. He just get a lot of damage soaked in onto his body. Goes down. H2E has made a complete call that yes, we are moving into this fight. Either you survive or we will survive. Seems like H2E have got a lot of dent onto the body to deal with.
Absolutely, mate. I'm loving the zone once again. I mean, if we look onto the map itself right there, we've got the map that is definitely helping the positioning of FS as of now, and Tyrant in a perfectly set up position. But on the other side, talk about Regicide, this team definitely took a lot of blows right here against the fight of H2E, and in doing so, now they are also being brought down to their knees thanks to North Esports' Maxi right here, who is going to be delivering a lot of nade parade party situation against the positioning and compound that Regicide find themselves in. And along with all of that, Quraysh Bilal goes down, and that is going to be the end of that team. So 11 teams remaining, 20 minutes in. As we push on along, North Esports are definitely wanting to get a lot more elimination points right here from the side, but will Regicide allow that? Because the time that North Esports has right now taken to make that push against the compound has definitely favored the side of Regicide, where they have been able to, well, get those two players that have not revived and are going to be pushing on along.
Freestyles to knock. I just saw in the kill feed, one in the name against QWERTY and one for Ivy. Freestyle looking in a complete control, and there we have it. R3G making a push onto the players of North Esports. As soon as North Esports made a push, R3G realized that yes, they are also making a movement, but this grenade can just be the detrimental one. Smoke has already been deployed, but R3G need to spread out themselves. If not, they can just go down by either one or two grenade, and seems like North Esports have already cracked the code and have already spotted down and are already tracing down the movement and positioning of the player. Voltrux pretty much close, just trying to engulf the player from the backhand side. It's not the numbers advantage. Both the team are in an equal fair affair with Vaz, Insane and Voltrux up front. And in the northeastern side, we can also get to see certain teams are also going into the fight. Just 11 teams and 28 players still surviving. We are up to the 21-minute markup, and there we have it. Envy going down. JD also falls down. Freestyle just not stopping in this match.
Well, the fight between Metershot right there against Envy is definitely not working in favor of Envy, because Envy's player was able to eliminate his own teammate with a nade. So that definitely did not work out for their side, but it seems like that is just what Ivy were requiring, and in that doing so, Metershot has also been able to push on along. Now it is going to be a 2v2 situation between these two teams, and this is where we could very well see Metershot try and bring in a lot of fights for themselves. On the other front, Envy also trying to deliver a lot of massive blows, because we've got Ahmed and Dr. Fate, the two man who are up on top of this compound. But will it be enough? Because now it seems like Metershot have decided to make this conversation and fight into a 3v2 affair, where we can see Mary is going to be given that revival thanks to Halsey, and of course Ash is just trying to hold the fort against the players of Envy, so that they're not able to walk away from this position. And again, you look onto the map, we've got the team in the center, and that is going to be FS Tyrant.
Goes down. The grenade comes pretty close to where they were actually positioned, and yeah, there we have it. A complete squad wipe for Team Envy, and they have been eliminated. 90 feet already onto the name, and it was Metershot that made a push. One player went down, it was Katir, but as soon as that happened, we just got to see R3G getting a lot of taking a lot of player from the sides first, from the sides of freestyles, and then now again to a different side. Team QWERTY have got a lot of dent to handle with the Khan and Bulburi out of the position. I guess this time they cannot play with the flank that they had been practicing for a long.
That is true. I mean, playing on the edge, QWERTY's two final players right here. Of course, we do have Gravity and Destroyer. Whereas on the other side, if we look on to FS has that one final player Tyrant in the smack center of the zone. But alongside that, talk about the numbers. The numbers definitely going to be favoring Red's side with 9 elimination points towards their side. FS sitting at 4 elimination points. And of course, 8 teams surviving in the 23-minute marker. Now it's going to be all out chaos as these teams jump out from their smoke walls into the open.
Oh, definitely freestyles, getting a lot of finish point rack up to the names. It's just the talent skill still standing. Shots have a real good chance only if they manage to make a move into the zone without losing a lot of player. Insane has been spotted down. R3G has been looking completely berserk till now, and yes, there we have it. Tyrant secures the knock, and onto that, QWERTY capitalizes. R3G knows there is someone on their back end side, and within a blink of an eye, it's just the caster curse. It's just me, I guess, today. Whenever I try to praise any team, any player, they just fall down the next second.
Well, dude, that definitely does happen quite a lot. But then again, that's the reason why it's called the Caster's Curse. But on the other front, again, talking about the numbers, right? Look at the way XGeneration have played it. They've played it real smart. And that is how this team likes to roll across from one map to the next. They've got all 4 players surviving. Then the next team is going to be the side of QWERTY. And as of now, the Grounders, and say, is going to be, well, delivered down into the grave of his own, and that is going to be all thanks to XGeneration's Jaideep. So now they're utilizing the numbers advantage in their favor. With that, we've got 5 teams remaining. Quantum Rage also getting eliminated. Not looking good is going to be the side of 4VTFT. Numbers just dwindling down in terms of the teams that are remaining here.
Oh, yes, definitely. Quantum Rage completely thrown out of the lobby. All the 4 players standing from the sides of XGeneration. They really have a good chance. They missed in the last match itself. They fell down against Quantum Rage, but this time, it seems that there is no other stopping apart from Team QWERTY. If they play really well with all these 2 players standing, we have still Destroy and Gravity up in the fray. 4 teams, 8 players still standing. The zone is completely favoring the compound where Talent is actually positioned. But look at the flank. Look at the audacity with which JD has made a push. But Talent knows that someone is close to where he is actually hiding himself, and realizing the situation, he throws a grenade. He hurls a grenade onto the face of JD. And because of that, we just see McLaren shifting away from that position, and this grenade can just go down, but no, it seems that yes, JD is the one who will be pretty quick on his feet.
Well, he definitely is getting a lot of other cues thanks to JD moving on across. But on the other front, it is going to be his teammate. That is going to be the Doc from the side of XGeneration, taking the fight to the face of Team QWERTY, where 2 players, Destroyer, along with his teammate, were remaining from QWERTY, but their information has been given away. And if we look onto the minimap, they are not in the comfort of the zone. The player who is in the comfort of the zone is definitely Tyrant, and Jaideep is so very determined to be able to get that compound to himself. On the other side, as you move on through towards the Regicide with 11 defeats to the team. Insane right here, having a perfect play with 4 defeats that he's been able to accumulate for his teammate. But once again, I mean, look at the zone on the map, and FS Tyrant is smack in the center, looking pretty comfortable. He does not have a, what do you call it, decent amount of first aid, but he does have all of his utilities with the vest and helmet absolutely pristine condition.
Oh, definitely, he has. Might be just the case that he hasn't taken a lot of fight. This time he takes the fight and he falls down. Freestyle has been completely ripped apart with all the 4 players standing from the sides of XGeneration. This is just going to be a matter of second, and there we have it. XGeneration finally, it took them 3 games, and there we have it, the chicken dinner. The winner chicken dinner goes into the name of XGeneration. 8 total elimination, and they are on the 3rd position. 15-20 damage, and dude, the numbers advantage always plays in your favor, and that showed completely by XGeneration.
Definitely, it definitely was showcased from the side of XGeneration, and that resulting has of course given them the points right now, and thus bringing themselves all the way up to the 3rd position in the overall ranking. So an amazing affair for the side of this team of XGeneration. But again, I mean, FS, they played it pretty decently thanks to Tyrant and him just holding the fort in that final compound. Team QWERTY, they delivered a pretty decent play as well with just 2-man squad. They still pushed on along to try and work towards those placement points, even though the elimination points this time around were not looking too fancy that we've seen from QWERTY in the previous game.
Oh, definitely. And you must need give credit to the lads of R3G. It was
Oh yes,
R3G that
definitely.
really spoiled the game for two teams. One was FS, a complete squad wipe for their side, and the other was Team QWERTY. Just imagine if QWERTY could have survived in this circle, even if the three players, they could have easily taken their games down because they were having the circle, they were having the compound. But apart from that, R3G, Shot in this match, they really played it to perfection.
Definitely did. I mean, Metershot definitely going to be another team to talk about because the
Mhm.
way that team also progressed on along to get those elimination points racking up in that team's favor are definitely going to be helping their cause in the overall ranking. But in all of this, if we talk about, I mean, the most valuable player, there was so many incredible fights that were taken on across.
Yeah.
So, well, let's find out actually who the MVP this time
Mhm.
around is going to turn out to be.
Oh, definitely. And it's going to be none other than insane. I talked about Arthurji Blotter, and there we
Yep.
have it. The player, the individual steal out performance. Insane. 4 elimination, 891 damage, 1 assist, 240 healing done, a complete gameplay coming in from the sides of Insane and R3G. They were just raking havoc in this match. If we have to give credit to any team in this match, why team like Freestyle, QWERTY, Metershot didn't progress and excel, you have to give it to R3G.
Absolutely. I mean, just a stellar performance from the side of this team. Along with that, let's move on across and have a look at the top players also coming in after Insane, and that is going to be from the side of Metershot right here, where Halsey coming in with 777 damage with 4 elimination that he was able to confirm for his side. As we move on through to Voltrix from the side of Regicide with again 4 eliminations. So Regicide, as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, a wonderful, wonderful game of Erangel
Yeah.
for the side of this team. Perfectly controlled aggression showcased from the side of this team. And in total, just these two players are taking more than 70% of the elimination
Yeah, yeah.
points from the side of Regicide.
Oh yeah, exactly, definitely. As you just mentioned, 4 each for the name of Insane and Voltrix, and then we have 3 elimination for XGeneration and JD. 69, 723 damage registered into his name. 24 minutes, more than 24 minutes of survival time, looking pretty good. XGeneration has been pretty much doing well for their side, but it's not just about the top 4 players. We need to have a look at the match summary, and we'll get to see what sort of total grenade, what sort of elimination, how many knocks was actually made through this chart.
Absolutely. As we move on through towards the summary itself, we are looking at 8 grenade eliminations. That is impressive. That is definitely an impressive approach being showcased from the lobby with 8 grenade eliminations coming in from the side of this 16 teams. Along with that, as we move on through, we had 61 total knocks, but 54 eliminations. So quite a lot of them dropping down thanks to the Blues.
No, definitely. And we just noticed 7,161 total healing done. So obviously in the map of Erangel, you have a lot of place to actually hide. You keep the revival and get the healing done. And it certainly increases when we get on this OG map. But looking at the match ranking and talking about it, 16 total points rewarded to Freestyle with QWERTY, just the 15 total points. And quarter of it came as a placement point just because they lost a lot of men. A lot of number disadvantage went in their favor. Metershot 10 total points, out of which 9. So 90% of the total point that Metershot got in this match came from the elimination. And that's something that Magnus Esports has been doing. So I don't really know, is there any M factor in this complete tournament or not? We'll get to see more often or not if that happens. But moving on along, we had Quantum Rage. This time, just the 6 point for them.
Absolutely not the kind of spray that we anticipated from their side, because the day started off with Quantum Rage taking a chicken dinner on Sanhok with 11 eliminations to their name. As we move on through to the second page, this time around 52x Rage, Team H2E, these teams were caught off guard and eliminated quite early on. Same, of course, can be said for the side of, Quraysh Esports, North Esports. They definitely tried to deliver. They're walking away with decent amount of points, but of course it's the overall ranking that is going to factor in which teams are looking comfortable and positioned, and that is definitely going to be like the top 8 to the top 10.
If you have a closer look at the Group A, apart from XGeneration and Team QWERTY, 52x Rage and TmwEsports have been really falling shy to what we expect them. Moving on along, we have the overall ranking. Team QWERTY, as we just talked about, Group A, the very first team that we have in the chart, is with 63 total points, with 26 total elimination, and then we have a drop of 22 total points with Quantum Rage at the second position. One chicken dinner each for 1, 2, and 3 Regicide. 19 placement points, 15 elimination, looking pretty good for the moment with 29 of 52x Rage. So Group A doing pretty well. Apart from TMW, we don't see them anywhere to the top 10. Freestyle somewhere down the line. They have made a comeback in this match with the help of these placement points, because now they're standing in the top 9 with 17 total points.
Exactly, and it's all thanks to Tyrant and just holding on to that compound for the longest time. I mean, there was a moment where I thought that Tyrant will be brought on into the fight that was being taken on with his teammates out in the open, but that was not the decision that the team made, and that definitely worked in terms of them walking away with those placement points. But now, as we move on through to the second page, well, things are going to have to change for the side of Magnus Esports, because we did talk about this earlier as well. Looking pretty good in terms of the elimination points, but as they push on along towards their third game, they are going to have to bring in the placement points for themselves. And as you push all the way down towards that 20th and 19th position, Team TUF, of course, have only played 2 games, but TMW, they were part of this game, the third game on Erangel, and they still, sadly, were not able to deliver. But again, I mean, this is just day number 1, just 3 games done. So there is still an opportunity for them. But yeah, it's looking tougher and tougher as the games progress on by.
Just the only team with 3 games done and still on the stuck on the bottom of the chart. Just the 2 total points, not even 1 on an average. Not looking good for TMW. And remember, it's TMW that is in the Group A list, so they won't be playing the last match. So they'll have a chance in the next Miramar itself when they jump into that. But before moving forward, we will head to a short little break. Be right back. Welcome back, folks, to PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. I'm going to be host Sanket, and again, joining alongside me is going to be Blotter. With 3 games done, we are again jumping onto the map of Miramar in the next game itself, with the team QWERTY dominating the last Miramar and the last match taken by a huge margin by XGeneration. We'll moving on the schedule itself to see what sort of map do we have. So Miramar, as we just talked about, we just mentioned about, with still 2 matches left, this is going to be the last opportunity for the team that will not be playing. I'm talking about Group A's teams. Talk about TmW. This Miramar has to be their one, Laura.
Absolutely, mate. They better be able to capitalize on the position and the situation that they are going to be in. But along with that, today being just day number 1, we can definitely give them a little bit of a leeway. In fact, to all the teams that find themselves on the 15th to the 20th position, also in the overall standings. I mean, just being day number 1, they are still testing the waters, and who knows? I mean, tomorrow maybe TUF. TmW, I mean, these teams just bring in a different sort
Remember,
of an approach altogether itself,
just
right?
12 matches, Laura.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That's the thing that definitely is going to be haunting the teams that are sitting on that final 5 positions. But of course, as you were mentioning earlier as well, and have been doing so throughout the day, we've got 17 teams, right? 17
Mhm.
teams that will push on fourth in with the PMPL Pakistan qualifiers. So there's still a lot of opportunity. There's still a lot of hope because the teams that find themselves on that 15 to 20th position, the points difference is not really that much. So one good
Mhm.
game that can definitely push you up in the top 17.
Oh, definitely. One good game can help you. We just got to see not a lot of point difference. Just imagine, even if on an average, if we get to see what do we expect on an average game, 15, 14 points. But hold on, we have Qwerty going
Ooh,
up against Team Grounders. It seems like it's in the area. We'll get to see once we have the map on our TV screens, but not looking good for Team Qwerty. They have been completely challenged, and far away we have TmW Khan going down. So, what went in a passive start the last Miramar? This is just the opposite one.
absolutely. This is definitely going to be delivering quite a lot of blows right off the bat in the first few minutes itself. And there you go, first 1.5 minute and first blood coming in TMW. So
Oh,
an interesting fight that was between the team of TMW and IV on the other side. And there we can have it. We've got Fatty, who has already been dropped onto his knees. KSF also going down. It seems like Hasu is the man of the hour who's going to have to try and survive the froth being brought. But it seems like what we were talking about as the game started off, TMW, they are bringing that story back, dude. I mean, 2 minutes
yeah,
and you've already got a team getting eliminated. So TMW, what have you? I mean, they did get a break, that 3 minute break, but whatever that they've been
they're
sipping on, well,
charged.
just keep on doing that. Exactly.
They
This
are
is looking
charged.
like a revival story, maybe a comeback story that we could see on this fourth map of the day from the side of TMW.
Interesting. Winchester, last time we saw from the team that just fell down, it was from the sides of 5EV. This time, Winchester in the hand of Gravity. That's just the rudimentary loot that we have. I guess no one loves to have this gun once we are in the mid phase of the zone. You don't have a lot to have a damage dealt onto the opponent's body, but yes, a good one if you are finding your opponents in the closer vicinity, having your hands. But one thing seems like Team QWERTY might just can get pushed with the extreme flank angle that has been created, and that has been realized by the players of Team QWERTY. So +1 already to the name, because they know the actual positioning. Rest of the players sit pretty much close to where Team QWERTY are actually positioned, and the flank that has been made by Sensei 2 has been noticed by Team QWERTY. So +1 to them.
Absolutely, but now it is all about that skill. It is going to be Shaptar with the UMP, but along with him is also his teammates who are very, very close. And right above this floor is going to be the side of QWERTY's Destroyer. Moving on along, this is going to be the moment for the side of Shaptar to be able to deliver quite a massive blow. But in doing so, this is not looking good for Team QWERTY because Destroyer tried to bring in an aggressive stance, but sadly has definitely not worked in his favor. Also, this is probably going to be the best moment for these teams to utilize some utilities, but
Hmm.
because they have taken on a fight in the first 3 minutes itself, seems like they're lacking onto those utility fronts, and that is something that again we've spoken about so many times. Once you join into a fight and then a stalemate situation arises in the first few minutes of the game itself, then you are going to be very, very low in terms of the bandages and loot. So taking on a fight is all pure skill.
No, definitely, and that haunts you in many ways. You don't you aren't able to make rotation, you're not able to segregate loot, you lack in a lot of way, and then you have the emotes thrown. Thank you, observers, for this, but you better
Uh-oh.
be prepared because Destroy has come closer to where you're actually throwing the emotes, and I guess the joy might just turn into sorrow in next few seconds.
Well. Seems like Team QWERTY is taking a fanned out, back out approach where we've got Vector in the name of Khan from the side of Team QWERTY, but it seems like the position that Team QWERTY were in, now the Grounders will find themselves exactly over there. They're going to be pushing on to that first floor. On the other side, Shaktar has been caught off guard, and he's going to be delivering a massive blow, or rather receiving a massive blow to his face, because QWERTY has been able to at least get that one elimination point confirmed. So Shaktar is down. Thus, we've got Team QWERTY sitting at 1 point, but the side of Grounders, they are not looking good because they've got 2 players in this building, and then Sensei is a little bit far away. So Sensei will not be able to help if the 2-man army from the side of the Grounders are going to be caught from this team of QWERTY, because, well, they are getting that loot separated for themselves. The Grounders, again, being in the same building, there is no way Team QWERTY is going to let them get out of this position anymore now.
Definitely. We'll get to see if there is any plan B or C. If you are stuck with the A, you need to be better prepared for the rest of the plans. One player has been completely pulled out. It's Shaptar. We still have Jigsaw, we still have Sensi and Mr. Black, and the Grounders making pay. Trying to make pay Team QWERTY, but with that being said, we're still in a stalemate situation. One good thing is that they are still in the circle, so they can still afford to have a lost time, maybe next 5 to 10 minutes. But where are we heading toward this fight? Who is the one who gets a lot of thing coming out of this fight? Who is the one that gets profited from this? But he shows his head.
Ooh.
There we have it. There we have it. That shouldn't have been a knock. But far away, Wolverine was the one who was trying to get the knock done. But seems that he has done a huge amount of damage. But now it's no stopping for Jigsaw. He knows someone is there on that part of the building. He needs to take him down.
Dude, with no helmet, only level 1 vest, not looking good for the side of the Grounders as they try and make this push alongside the players of course, QWERTY. But seems like that has still worked out in that team's favor, because the Grounders have eliminated the 3-man squad that was in the building, and the 1-man that is so far away, Wolverine.
Bunch.
This is just an incredible turn of events for the side of the Grounders, where it seemed like the fight was so very far away from their face, and it seems like they've made it happen. They've just made it happen. Team QWERTY were looking very confident as they pushed on along, but not for long, because they have been brought down to just a 1-man squad. That's going to be Wolverine, because Gravity out in the open will not be able to survive for too long. And Wolverine, even though he did have a little bit of a spray towards the players of the Grounders, now the Grounders know exactly where that final lad is. So Team QWERTY, sad start to the game.
Definitely, and they, if they fall right here, there is an option and there is a way the Grounders can make a comeback in the table, and that is something that we were talking about. Someone needs to stop Team QWERTY. If you remember the last time they played the Miramar, they had 16 or 17 sort of elimination point racked up in the name, and this time it's completely different. The story is completely different with one little guy, Wolverine, just standing. That's how time changes. That's how time changes.
Well, I don't know if they got too overconfident, or if they were just thinking, because again, that fight that they ended up taking against the players of the Grounders, they were looking very much comfortable and confident, because they were able to bring the side of the Grounders down to a 3-man squad. But as soon as Mr. Black pushed on along from the side of the Grounders, that aggression was just completely resulted in, well, quite a lot of destruction to the face of Team QWERTY. And then came in Jigsaw, who just was able to help out to the entirety of the cause. And in doing so, the pages have turned. The tables have definitely pushed on against the side of Team QWERTY, where Wolverine, well, dude, what exactly are you going to do? Now, one more thing that we can actually bring up in right here is the fact that both these teams are actually in the zone. So they don't really have to worry about getting into the comfort of the zone. But what they do need to worry about is the survival. And Wolverine is thinking exactly about that, and is going to be pushing away and trying to maybe even back out slowly by not giving information. But the Grounders are definitely going to be pushing on to that cause. On the other side, as you move on through to the map, we do have, I mean, pretty much all the teams, with they are in the zone itself altogether. We've got 52X Rage making a rotation from the western front towards through La Cobra area. But on the other side, Team QWERTY is now being eliminated. In 9 minutes, we've got 2 teams getting eliminated. We're down to 55 players alive, 14 teams surviving, 4 elimination points to the side of the Grounders.
Complete squad wipe from the sides of Grounders, and this will be completely helping boost their morale because whom they have taken down in this very fourth match of this qualifiers, they have taken down the team that is pretty much sitting in the very first half of the table, and then we have North Esports going up again to the fight with the TmW. Khan goes down, North Esports, Zameen becomes too much greedy to finish him off, and in meanwhile, I guess TmW misses a lot of shot, else Zameen should have been down at that point.
Well. Right now, it is looking like North Esports are going to be able to deliver a massive blow to the players of TMW because it is going to be Ibby and Harry who now are going to have to hold the fort against the players of North Esports as they make that rotation. Maxi being so very quiet and agile in that position, will he be able to bring in a little bit of that X factor with the position that he's in? With that, Ibby out in the open is definitely giving away a lot of information. Zameen, along with his teammate, are going to try and take that blow and bring that to the face of TMW. But will it be enough? Because now finally Maxi is the man pushing on. But
What
TMW, I
was
mean,
that?
they started the game off with quite a bling, and they are definitely delivering it as well. I mean,
Freestyle.
first 2 minutes.
Oh no.
Oh, I did not see that.
Oh
Dude,
no.
I was just praising TMW. Come on.
Ah, they are dead.
Okay.
You may continue, Lord. Sorry for that. Sorry for the
Dude, no.
interruption.
I mean, I did not. I don't know. I was just in my mind of on a different dimension
Understandable.
altogether, talking about TMW. And in the first 2 minutes, they were able to get elimination of an entire squad, and then they move on in the 10th minute marker to take on a team like North Esports, and in doing so, they now get third party themselves because they were just recuperating from the fight that they took. They got 8 elimination points. They were not even allowed to, feel proud and happy because freestyle. They were just so quick. They were like, all right, you've had your high horse moment for the moment, for the day. Now push on out because this is our game, this is our fight, and well, let's see what freestyle is going to be doing with that position that they've been able to accumulate for them.
Interesting turn of affair. This time TUF against the TG, the team that completely wiped out QWERTY 3 minutes back. A 3v4 affair. Is the
Yep.
numbers disadvantage still favoring TUF? That's the question. Because there is one team that is, yes, they are in number disadvantage, but the morale are pretty much higher. With the positioning with which TUF are actually in right now, seems they know that certain team is trying to approach them, and we just might expect some blitzkrieg action, an explosion in this area where we have a lot of cylinders and open cemetery. But the grounders, you better be prepared because if you fall right here, there'll be one more match for them. But TUF, they need to prepare themselves up because this last match itself, they were not looking good. They're still on the bottom half of the chart. Them with a lot of teams, they need to have certain points dragged up in the name. The circle pretty much the same that we saw in the last Miramar, but this time, last time it shifted towards the northern side around the crater fields. If you remember, H2E was having a good position. Unfortunately, NV that is not the part of this game now. They had the good position, but the hard shift
Ooh.
with power grid into contestation. This is going to be tough for 52x Rage if they need to make a move with HR again getting those heights. This is again where the circle shifts away. An unfortunate event for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this team were making a rotation from the northwestern front, and now they're going to have to run away to get out of this position. 400 meters is where the zone has pushed on away from them. On the other side, it seems like HR Hellraisers are not in control of this fight because Faster is bringing in a lot of massive blows to the team of HR, but seems like as of now, the knocks have not been confirmed, the eliminations have not been confirmed, and as I bring that conversation, it is going to be Daku from the side of 52x who will be able to confirm that knock, and now it is time for him to confirm that elimination point as well, and his teammate will do so gracefully. So now HR are left with a two-man army, Adnan right here, and his teammate, he has, I think, already left the area, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, he has been, but I guess it's still a lot of team that in the vicinity. We'll get to see once we have a broadened minimap with the players still standing in the vicinity. He's trying to leave. Adnan is still pretty much stuck, and this is something that we know, and 52x Rage do know. 324 meter away from this positioning, we can get to see certain players are again and again approaching. XGeneration in the same vicinity trying to make a move. All these times are these are the precious times with certain teams and players trying to backstab the situation. It is just going to be a pretty tough affair for Adnan. He tried to take up the fight. Yes, he did one knock, but was just not enough for his side as Faster takes him down, finishes him off. And now 52x Rage. Yes, before the match started, they were on the top 4, top 5, and now they are good to go.
Absolutely. But another thing to actually talk about in the top 10 situation, right? We've been looking and talking about how TMW are playing and how they need to really pick up their pace and fight to be able to deliver some massive blows. Well, in this game, they walk away with the 8 elimination points, and that in return is definitely going to be pushing them towards the top 10 position. Because again, we are talking about TMW and how they are playing in this game.
No, definitely. That can certainly be the case. With money coming up into the fight, Envy, Dr. Fate has gone down. Again and again, we are getting to see 52x rage on our TV screens. And as soon as each and every player get acclimated to where they actually want, I guess they are just trying to hold the edge, just trying to note the small bit of rotation about what XGeneration was trying to make. It's Gen and faster, and that McLaren just trying to make a move. And this is one good thing. Whenever they are moving collectively rather going separately, and this is not looking good again for Cronus. He might just go down in next few seconds. A grenade has been hurled onto the face, and just because of that, Zen has gone down. This one little guy has brought a lot of wrath and has made this fight to go for a long time now, but this grenade and these finishing things from the sides of 52x Rage can be the detrimental one for the sides of H2E. Cronus completely stuck in this situation because from the backhand side, it's a complete open situation. If you remember, the Ridge has been already held by 52x Rage, but he comes down, gets
Wow.
one more knock done, and Faster goes down, secures the finish point. An absolute turn of event for Cronus and HR. Onto the face of it, the slam came in, but till now, it's Cronus who has been winning the battle all along.
Absolutely, a 2v1 situation is where this is, but this is more of a revenge story that has been created from the side of Cronus. And of course, Hellraisers, Cronus is bringing a lot of massive blows to the face of 52x Rage, where Daku finally chiming in with a very, very fanned out, long spray being showcased from his side. But his
Oh,
teammate
no.
is going to complete that domination streak that Team HR's final player Cronus was bringing to the table. With that, we move on to another fight where it is going to be XGeneration and Team Star in a battle of their own with a 2v4 situation. From the looks of it, it is going to be a difficult point for Team Star because they need to get that revival towards their teammate of God Fury as well.
The grenade comes in, but he misses the mark. It misses the mark. Thug still pretty much down to the 20 HP. He needs to patch himself up. We are into the 17th minute, and this Miramar is a pretty exciting one. If we just compare from the last one, with Kaizen going down, TUF are suddenly coming up into the fight. JD is trying to create the flank angle that if no one from the X-Generation is able to save their life, it is going to be him that will be playing for the placement point. He receives a lot of damage. His maybe buggy has been punctured, but all these fights are happening in out the blues. Top northern side is where JD is just trying to dominate. He's barely surviving. Is it
Wow.
even a 1 HP? That's a magic pixel.
Absolutely, and not only that, he was able to get into that flanking position so quickly and then able to completely filter down the position of Team Star. But in doing so, of course, he also has been knocked. But it was a good approach from the side of JD because that perfect push gave his teammates the opportunity to be able to push on against the team of Team Star. And in doing so, we've got, I mean, what aggressive play this is turning out to be. 17 minutes in, and we're down to 19 remaining.
No, definitely. This Miramar is the complete different one. A lot of change in strats we just got to see in the very initial of the game with Team QWERTY being challenged upon by Grounders. This is a different Miramar. This is the same Pakistani lobby, but a different Miramar altogether. But look at the split with which FS is actually playing. Tyrant, a complete fan-out approach with the rest of the player holding the edge. And certain players are still even out in the blue, just trying to get here and there one more finish point. Freestyle looking pretty phenomenal at this moment with 3x, the team that has been a lot of question being raised against them. Ali is the one away, 2-1 split, pretty much helping with Metershot, still 3-pin standing. Everyone is just holding the edge of the circle, and I'm liking the way these players, even if they are down onto the numbers, but 2-1, 3-1 split, we'll get to see how it is going to be helping them secure a lot of finish in the name. But seems like Thug has been finished off. That means X-Generation. It's just the one player standing. Maybe it's just a psycho. But far away, Grounders are taking a lot of fight once they are trying to make a move from the northern side.
Absolutely, the three-man squad of the Grounders is bringing in a lot of spray and damage to the players of FS, where indeed that spray from the side of Black, we have to admit, I mean, this dude from the Grounders Black, he is the man who is just pushing on along to take the fights against their opponents, and in doing so has been able to accumulate 4 defeats already, but now is the moment for him to, well, give a little bit of a revival story to his teammates, but sadly, FS is not going to allow that. With that, Rounders getting eliminated at the 8th position.
Wow.
FS looking phenomenal on this Miramar with 11 defeats to this team's name.
And now I understand why there were 2 players already left behind. This was just for these players from the sides of the Grounders. They knew exactly where the Grounders are coming in from. But hold on to my words. TUF just trying to create some of the finish point onto the name. And in favor, yes, the one player has been also pulled down, 3x. Getting a good fight, but as soon as TUF makes a move into the circle, look at the way Edgar is just connecting the heads.
Yep, exactly. He's so on point. But Virus from the side of TUF, I mean, Edgar, I was just pointing it out that do not go out in the smoke. But
no.
it seems like he's going to try and all by himself get into the comfort of the zone. And it's not going to be an easy fight for him. But he will definitely deliver. TUF's
nice.
Virus taken down Magnus's mom too. So an incredible feat from TUF's approach in this fight. And of course, this is the TUF that I wanted to see. Seems like they are back in action and they are swinging things around with style in their favor.
Oh, definitely. Is it the same TUF? Kid me not. This is not the same TUF that we just saw in the last 2 games. On the bottom of the table, and then you have this fight-out approach with making a push onto a team that has got all the finish point as the total points. Virus Grenade can just be the detrimental one, but before that comes in, it's going to be the blue that will be eating a lot of health of Virus. And yes, the grenade finishes things off for Mom 2. That also brings down Cairo to just 20 HP. This is a different TUF. TUF is certainly looking tough at the moment.
They definitely are, but talk about 3x. I mean, they have been holding down that fort, that compound for such a long time, and this is the moment that they can very well shine and take on a glorious game for themselves, take on a chicken dinner for themselves if they play their cards right. Because again, the zone is going to be constricting on the other front for the side of TUF with 3 eliminations confirmed for their side. XGeneration on the other side of the game altogether, thanks to the Blues, are going to go down. 6 teams remain as TUF push on to the compound of 3x, and 3x are now going to be in a battle. From one side, it's going to be FS. From the other, it is TUF.
There is no smoke, and that's the basic mistake that has been shown from the sides of TUF. I don't know whether they took enough amount of smoke in the back, because that's not the way you make a push. That's not the way you make a move into the zone. You already had a lot of casualty while you were trying to make a move, and as soon as Edgar has been finished off, I guess Thor is going to be the next one that will completely finish off. Yes, they had a good fight, but I really don't understand why there was not at least one smoke. Could have been the way you could have made a smoke path in the way, and that could have been different case. But altogether, we still have 5 teams and 14 players left in the lobby with 11 finished points. We need to now talk about the prowess that Freestyle has brought in this match, Blotter.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, 11 defeats to this team's name. FS Black moving on along. I mean, the entirety of the team is looking very, very confident and synergistic in their approach in this game. But we've got 5 teams remaining. So, of course, the numbers advantage definitely favoring Freestyle. But on the other side, we have none other than Magnus. So, Magnus with just a 3-man squad is still going to try and create havoc for all the remaining teams. And not only Magnus, we also do have 52x Rage along with MetershotxSKY. So a lot of teams that can definitely be stopping FS in their tracks if FS is not careful.
I want Magnus Esports to have a lot of placement points, and by the looks of it, seems even if they get eliminated in this 5th position, they will be getting at least 6 to 8 points all in all. And this time it's a complete turn of event. They have for sure, that's weird, they don't have any finish point, but they do have a lot of placement points altogether, but that's just not job done. That's just the half job done, and they need to make sure that they get closer and closer to where Freestyles is actually eyeing up. The bird's eye view completely shows us where the teams are actually positioned, with the 4-man advantage and a flanked approach, and also the circle being completely controlled by MetershotxSKY and Freestyles. It is looking difficult for 52x Rage to make a move in the open, and there we have it. The grenade comes in from the sides of MetershotxSKY, and Wasi goes down. But from the backhand side, I was having a quick look as how 52x Rage will make a move into the zone. But the fight is on between MetershotxSKY and Freestyle. The numbers are being trying to getting reduced. But seems like Revival is going to be a tough affair for now. Smokes have been deployed. So yes, trial will be made from the sides of Freestyle to save the fourth player that has been knocked down. But will that be allowed from the sides of Metershot? That's the question.
Well, Ash definitely trying his level best to stop that revival taking place. He's definitely wanting to get a lot of information for his side. On the other front, his teammate are looking on to the backside approach of the compound. That, of course, is in the name of 52X with just a two-man squad. But that smoke that 52X just popped in right now, that has definitely given away a lot of information towards the players of Metershot, and they might be able to utilize that competition, or rather that information, into their favor. And there we go, exactly what is going to be turning out to be, because Mary right here, he was looking exactly at that position when the smoke was popped from 52X. 52X's one player has been damaged thanks to the blues. So now this is going to be a difficult position for 52X to be able to walk away from. On the other front, FS, they have been able to still retain all of the 4 players that they have. So numbers advantage definitely working in this team's favor, but respect from Magnus.
Definitely. He has
okay,
the flanked approach.
Yep,
He has moved
but
in.
we'll
He has
have to
sneaked in
see
rather.
if he has the information against 3X.
That's the point. That's the important point. As you perfectly mentioned, does he know that there is someone to backstab him? If not, there will be Adil and Cairo, but I guess that will be too late. And till now, I guess the revival has been done from the sides of 52X Rage, as now Daku is again back on his feet. Pretty much show where no guns are being used, nothing is being used for last 3 to 4 minutes, complete turn off affair. Now is the time where 3X need to make a move into the zone. Freestyle's having a complete control of this zone. If they play their card well, this is their chicken.
Ooh, I'm liking the approach from the side of Metershot as well, creating that smoke wall to get out in the open, but now they're going to have to keep that smoke wall up, because right behind them is 52X Rage. Right in front of them is going to be FS, and again, it seems like FS has different strategy in mind, where indeed it is going to be Malik's perfectly set up nade parade against the players of 3X, where Miracle is certainly going to be damaged quite a lot, and Malik will come in to confirm that knock and that elimination. 12 elimination points already confirmed for the side of FS, and now that resulting has allowed Magnus, the entire team, to push on into the zone as well.
The revenge has been taken. Pharaoh takes Mary down, and he was the one, because of him, Daku went down. But again, Pharaoh has went down, so now 52X Rage again down on their numbers. Smoke cloud has been made completely, just trying to obstruct all the visions of the player. Kronos goes down. That means 3X Esports has been completely thrown away from this lobby. We still have all the 4 players still left on the sides of Freestyle. 13th finish point into the name, and now it is going to be Magnus Esports that are onto their radar. Katir goes down, and this late rotation, late movement into the circle is actually helping pretty much for the sides of 52X Rage. That smoke wall that you talked about, it, yes, that helped for a time, but now it's a sandwich situation. One side it's Freestyle, one side it's 52H, and in between, a complete sandwich, a complete hamburger has been made of the Meteorshots team.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, that is what I was mentioning earlier as well, that they have made a really good push to get into the zone, but if they do not keep the smoke wall up, they are going to be facing the wrath of 52X combined with FS as well. And now in doing so, it seems like Magnus's respect is going to be able to give a little bit of damage to the players of 52X Rage, where Daku is the final man remaining. So there we were talking about Magnus. They were looking not in a good position, but the fight that FS took against the players of 3X definitely allowed Magnus to get into the zone. But now it is going to be a 4v3 situation between FS trying to push on against the positioning of Magnus. And this is where maybe Metershot's final player, through the smoke, can deliver a massive blow against the players of Freestyle.
I really like the approach. They know that, yes, they are pretty close to where the chicken can be secured. All the 4 players now, they are rushing towards where Magnus are actually positioned, and Vasi takes the fight. He gets a drop shot in his favor, and there we have it. 2 finish point also secured in the name, increasing the tally to 16.
Well. What a turn of event. This is amazing. I mean, 17 eliminations for the side of FS from this game. 16 have been confirmed. This one final player, we'll have to see if Daku gives away his position or he goes down through the blues. Seems like he's definitely going to be wanting to retaliate. He's got this... Well, never mind. It is the end of the dude. He's going to be giving away his point. Malik takes that final elimination point, thus giving a wonderful chicken dinner to Freestyle with 17. My apologies, it is 18 eliminations. Wow, this is incredible. I mean, Miramars today, they have been phenomenal. Team QWERTY in the previous Miramar with 17 eliminations, and now Freestyle jumping in with, again, I mean, 18 eliminations, jumping all the way up to the 2nd position in the overall ranking.
And definitely also the match went into the 29th minute. For a moment, I felt like Freestyle could have made a push, but they played it so safe. They knew that they have to be in the top 17 at this end. And now
Yep.
they are on the 2nd position with this all-important chicken going to the favor, Team QWERTY. So yeah, big teams that have played the lobby, the PMPL lobbies in the past, getting their experience dragged up when we come into the map of Miramar. Last time it was QWERTY, this time it was certainly for Freestyles. But Metershot, where do you think that they really lagged upon? But by the time the smoke wall
Dude.
was up, they were looking pretty good.
Yep.
But where do you actually think Metershot missed the mark? Because
So,
they
I mean, if
already
we
had 3 players.
Right. So if we break down that position, right, we did see Mary, who was setting up perfectly on that warehouse position, and he
Uh-huh.
had the information against 52x Rage as well. So let's, of course, continue conversation as we look at the MVP coming into this game, and that is, wow, Malik, 10 eliminations, 2 assists.
I guess
Yeah,
that's
this
the
team
highest
was a
for an
legend.
individual.
Yep. Till now, this definitely is.
Oh yes, 1,092 total damage dealt and 2 assists. But with that being said, we'll move on towards the top players. And I guess apart from Malik, there will be others joining the top players from Freestyle. And there we have it, Wasi, the one who get the drop shot done against Magnus Esports. And then we have Daku and Black also from the grounders. But again, coming back to the conversation, you were stating something about the Metershot's approach towards the last fight.
Right, so in the warehouse, we did see Mary had known the location of 52x Rage's players. He actually did take on a couple of sprays and nades and molotovs as well towards that. And that, I don't know how and why did they forget. As soon as they moved out of that warehouse through the smoke walls that they created, they definitely should have rushed or pushed against that positioning of the team of 52x Rage. Had they done that, they would not have been damaged as much as they were. Because from one side
Definitely.
you had FS, but that again, I mean, that is what had to happen, so it happened. But again, Metershot, they tried to play their cards pretty decently is what I would say. But on the other front, FS, they were just reigning in supreme, with FS also taken the longest elimination distance with Malik, 270 meters. This time around, only 4 grenade eliminations. But look at those total eliminations and knocks. I mean, a perfect 100% story card for these teams.
And definitely an increased number of total revivals also made in this match that equals the tally of 15 this time itself. And with that being said, we'll move on towards the match ranking, that what points was secured by a lot of teams. So apart from Freestyles, one good game again for 52x Rage Esports. This has been a consistent teams all together. And somewhere down the line, the Grounders, 52x Rage, they have been pretty much consistent in the last couple of matches.
Well, they definitely have, and that has definitely going to, or rather, that will definitely help out the positioning that these teams are going to find themselves. But again, on just day number 1, there is a stark difference in terms of the amount of points that the teams on the first page are accumulating, and the difference as you move on from that first page towards the second.
Definitely, that's pretty much as you just mentioned. That's stark. That's humongous. That is getting more and more as we just get more and more matches. But TmwEsports, I don't really know what sort of drink that they had in this match. 8 total elimination. They were completely charged by the time they were completely taken off guard by a team. And out of the total points that they were able to secure, each and every point came as the elimination point. But Team QWERTY, again, 1 elimination that went in the name, and that was against the Grounders, but that was just it for their side. NV falling down, NV, EV, the names are pretty much same, and the performance has also been the same. So 0 for EV, but XGeneration, this match, again, 6-8, and you talk about those average points, 6-10, XGeneration is ticking the box well in the last couple of matches.
That is true as well. We talk about consistency basically, and that is something that we can definitely bring in towards the favor of XGeneration. With that, as you move on through to the storyboard, we do have Team QWERTY on the top of that totem pole with 64 points, and then comes in very close, very, very close is going to be Freestyle with 14-point difference. But then from that position, the points are again that much more closer, because 3 points shy is going to be 52x Rage on that third, and then 2 points shy is going to be XGeneration. So one good game and things are definitely going to be jumping across in this first 5 positions right here.
Exactly, and in top 5 we have 41 at Quantum Rage, so 19 for H2E. They just need a 20-point gamer. Any team needs a 20-point gamer if they are from 6 to 8 to 9 and 10 to just be in the top 5, because at the end it's not just about the top 5. Top 17 will be moving in the upcoming PMPL.
Oh, yes.
With just the 3 games, freestyles jumping close to where 52x Rage are without any chicken, this is looking pretty phenomenal for their side. I would really want 52x Rage once they play another game tomorrow, because all the 4 games are done for themselves. I'll wait and see what sort of chicken they bring in, but not looking good. Not even in the double point digit. TUF, HR, NV, IV Sports, and North Esports.
But on the other side, you talk about TmW moving up in the world. They definitely are, with 0 placement points, sadly, but 10 elimination points working in the team's favor. So day number 1, as their games come to an end, they find themselves on the 15th spot. But we still do have 1 more game remaining, and that is definitely going to push the team's positioning down maybe point or 2. But overall, that's just day 1 story, because tomorrow onwards, we're going to be counting down. We'll only have 10 games remaining in total, and that is where these teams are definitely going to have to pick up the pace, because for every individual team, we're only looking at 8 games in total starting tomorrow onwards. But as of now, we've got 1 final game remaining to be played on Erangel. But before we do so, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Welcome back, folks, to PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022. We are done with all 4 games, and 1 game still remains in our bag for the day 1. With that being said, we'll be moving to the very last game of this very first day. But all in all, it has been a good affair in the last game itself. We just saw how Freestyle was just
Yep.
craving for the chicken, and they just got with a high fragging game in the name.
They definitely did, and a really, really good game was showcased from their side with 18 eliminations. That is definitely a bonko performance being showcased. And along with that, Malik walking away with 10 eliminations all by himself was also a fabulous, ludicrous approach from the side of FS. So, yep, I mean, my prayers have been answered. I was started the day, I was talking about, I want to see what FS brings to the table on day number 1. And I mean, if anything else, they've definitely brought the aggression stance for their side. But now we've got one final game remaining, as you said, and for that we are going to be going back onto the map of Erangel.
Oh, yes.
Let's see. Group A not playing, so Freestyle is definitely still going to be part of this. But
Team QWERTY, Rage,
QWERTY,
and
right? Yes.
XGeneration. So the player that have brought a lot of prowess, a lot of heat in this 4 match that we have been a part of, that will be missing out. But I for sure that rest of the team, once they come in, talk about Group B coming in, Reggie's side, the team that has been looking pretty phenomenal. Quantum Rage, maybe that can be the team that can get a chicken in this very last game itself. That can be a complete story for the day 1. They started with Quantum Rage on Sanhok getting a chicken, and that can be the case. Even if not the chicken, they might come close because Quantum Rage has been completely on a performance that can help them to get into the PMPL slots.
Definitely. Again, I mean, it is still looking very much possible for all the teams because this is just day number 1, and tomorrow onwards things can get a little difficult. But then again, I mean, you're talking about top 17 teams, and in that final 17, 18, 19, 20th, the points are so very close that it is still anybody's game for the taking, anybody's position rather for the taking. On the other front, talking about the previous Miramar, that was one of the most quickest. I mean, by the end, it actually resulted in extending for quite a long time. But till 12-minute marker on the map of Miramar that was played just a couple of minutes ago, we were left with 12 teams remaining. And so, yeah, I'm definitely excited and eager to see what Erangel brings from the side of these Pakistani teams.
I mean, every time Erangel comes in, the OG map, the great leveler, the great settler, as we love to say it. Last time we saw Erangel, that was also an approach came in from the sides of Tyrant, if you remember Freestyle, the last player. The zone that time went onto the western side. Now I really want, that will just a complete story if we get to see. And since we just had 2 Erangel for the day, maybe it's enough for me to ask, but maybe somewhere to the military base, the circle needs to be there.
Let's see.
What do you say, bro?
Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out which side is this zone going to be taking us through, because Erangel zones, they are very interesting in this PMPL qualifier. That is something I can definitely assure. With that, I believe it is time to get busy with the game itself, as we do have Erangel that's going to be played. We did talk about the teams that are not playing. That is going to be from Group A. So, well, for now, it is time to see if if we were to talk about predictions, Ankit, I want to genuinely predict that a team from the second page of the leaderboard, team from the 15th to the 20th position, is the one that will be maybe getting a good game in this one.
And the beauty of this today's gameplay, while we end with this Erangel, that all the team that is from those 12, I guess 15 to 20, all that have played the 3 match. That means each and every team from 15 to 20 will be the part of this match. So yes, anything can happen in this match. But with that being said, we have the flight path on our map, completely dissecting the map into 2 equal halves. I guess exact the same, not even an inch or left or right. The way we saw the last Erangel, the same flight path, but the circle last time it went on the western side. I want some extreme shifts this time.
Well, let's see where the zone is going to be taking us. Last time around, we did see 2 teams that went on towards the military base altogether itself, and they, of course, were not being contested whatsoever at all. But this time around, will that be the same story? It seems like Envy is going down to the military base. Along with that, towards the Novorupnoi, we are looking at some contestations. We are looking at 2 teams that have dropped down onto the Novorupnoi region itself, and that is where the first blood situation can maybe be brought on. And yep, there it is. Here we go. Metershot is the one that has been pushed on against the players of HR.
Oh, yes. Metershot is the one. They got 10 total points from the last match, and all 10 came from the placement points. So might be the case where the team might be just targeting them, just trying to check whether do they have enough in the tank as a gun power team. But yes, we do have Metershot and Novorupnoi, and it's HR this time challenging them into the area of Novorupnoi. With the revival getting done, we have just the M16 in the hand of Halsey, but there we have it. One more knock. Snaker takes in for Mary. But where is the trade? It's still absent. It's still missing.
It definitely is still missing from the side of Metershot right here, because Mary, as you so perfectly mentioned, has been brought down to his knees. But from the side of Metershot, we don't see a lot of retaliation being showcased for that aggressive stance that HR have showcased towards them. And in doing so, now it is going to be a fight for the elimination point. It is going to be HR pushing on into the compound of course, Metershot. But it is not going to be allowed, because Ash is definitely going to be stopping HR in their tracks, and Hellraisers, one by one, have been brought down to just a one-man squad, and Cronus is the dude with PP Bison not looking too good.
PP buys is not the good gun, but yes, he does have that S12K, and before he goes out of this match, he has the potential 1-2 finish point on his name. He can finish off Mary, but he's saying no to all these fights. We want to take the fight up front. If the player bleeds off, he sprays Bison from the backhand side and now finishes Ash off. He still has some potential finish on the face of it. And it's now one gun affair, I guess, between Khatir and Kronos. One has Bison. Does he go for the revival? That's the case. He finishes one player off. That means as soon as Halsey gets finished, he gives a call that yes, he is making the revival, and that's the time where Khatir needs to realize that yes, go in and yes, finish things off. One S12K was pushed onto the face, but that was just not enough. And the Metershot, yes, they have had already a lot of casualty onto the face of it. And now all they just need to do is to get the placement points. 4 finish point, even if they get at least 5 placement points, at the least what I expect, 5 to 6, they will be good to go.
They definitely will be. I mean, Khatir, he can definitely utilize that opportunity for himself, but of course, it is not going to be an easy feat. On the other side, talking about Hellraiser's Cronus, this is the second time in the day that dude all by himself has taken on players for his team. So that dude is very, very critical and crucial for his team. On the other front, as we move on through, we are in just 4-minute marker. We're looking at 15 teams remaining, 55 players alive, one player, one aggressive player, as we're talking about HR's Cronus. Another aggressive player from the side of FS, that's going to be Mr. Black, has been eliminated.
Yeah, definitely. They are out of this. Certain players are out of this lobby for the moment. We have the Grounders in the vicinity of Primorsk. Freestyle is the one that got one casualty in the name registered. They have the Gutcast plate and the QWERTY split in the name, but the circle is the main thing. Does R3G realize the situation? And if they bridge come to the situation, that can certainly be the case, but only if the circle makes an upward movement. But that time, I would love to see from where teams like 4 Vendless makes a move, because they have a 2-1-1 split with one player on the extreme southwestern side of Milta and Milta Power, with 2 still in the Milta Power region. They really have a fanned out approach. I really want to see how R3G plays in this match. But you can get to see 3X Esports. They also have this fanned out approach, and this is the same thing that we saw in that last match of Miramar, and that paved them well. This time, if it does or not, we have to still wait and watch.
Absolutely, we certainly are going to have to wait and watch. But alongside that, as I look on to the players of Envy on the military base, they seem to be making a rotation from that Novorupnoi bridge. And of course, as of now, there is going to be no contestation. But as soon as they cross that bridge, will Regicide try and stop them in their tracks, is what my question was. But alongside that, again, I mean, a very perfect approach from the teams, because as of now, when it comes down to fights, all the teams are playing their YOLO approach. So not a lot of fights that can be anticipated, at least for now, for the next few minutes. But moving on towards the northern side, towards Georgia Pole, we do have Ivy, and very close into the vicinity was TUF, but never mind my word. As soon as I bring that up, TUF is making a rotation away from the situation. So once again, I mean, yeah, this is just the first few minutes of the game where we saw the fights, and now we're going to go back into a stalemate sort of a situation where we're going to have to just hunker down a little bit as the teams get their loot segregated and wait for the zone to make a push. That is when we can anticipate the teams to start making their rotations as well.
Definitely. Everyone is just trying to make a move into zone, and out of nowhere. Now at the 7th minute, it's the realization coming in from the side of Team Star to also make a move. 880 meter is what all they need to travel. And we just saw North Esports showing interest after coming out of the area of school. They have moved towards the area of Potato Hill, and this is for the first time we see any Pakistani team finding interest to move to an area in this sort of circle that Potato Hill can really be a blissful situation. All I expect the situation and this circle to be forming around maybe near the farm. But what I see by the looks of it, this time Team Star has just joined this lobby with 3 players. Where's the fourth
Yep.
player?
The fourth player could not join for the final game, sadly, from the side of Team Star. But overall, when it comes down to Team Star, they have had a good day. They are in the top 10. They are looking pretty phenomenal in terms of the game and the play style that they're bringing to the table. But overall, now we shall have to see that will this consistent play that has been showcased on day number 1, will that continue on for the side of Team Star? On the other front, North Esports, a team that started the day off not looking too good, but over a period of time have definitely tried their luck and level best to be able to push on along. As of now, they find themselves on the bottom of the totem pole, so not looking too good. But I mean, again, this being the final game of the day, maybe a YOLO push from their side could give them the points. I mean, we did see that kind of a play style from TmW in the previous game as well.
Definitely, and they had the 8 finish point. Until unless they had a clear indication of fight by North Esports, they were looking pretty good. Potato Hill in contestation still, what I mentioned just a minute back, and they really have a good position at this moment. Avenger just trying to check the back, but Potato Hill, yes, it is a good place, but you need to make sure that you have a really flanked side of approach, because you have that extended Potato Hill from to the western side, and by the looks of it, I don't see any players. So everyone is just stacked up around the 3 meter radius. I want them to just get a flank. If not, they can certainly be in a position. But yes, we're off to that passive start, apart from the fight around the area of Novorupnoy, and certainly onto the area of Gatka Query, where Freestyle was trying to move out their positioning. We are still into the 9 minutes and no one is looking up to take the fight. We have Magnus Esports on the backhand side, and by the looks of it, seems like maybe somewhere down the line, certain players from sides of North Esports have spotted them out. But there's a moment of truth. The circle moves up north. Yes, it moves up north, but Milta and R3G, they have certain different to offer to us. They are in the dead smack center.
They definitely are for now, but it seems like 4v TFT is also going to be making rotation towards the Milta itself from Milta Power. So that's going to be a little bit of a chaotic situation for our side to be able to deliver the blows that we anticipate from their side to be showcased. On the western front, if we look, we do have towards the southwestern side, the Grounders making a rotation as well as FS. So this is where FS and the Grounders are so close that a fight can very well erupt, and that is exactly what it is going to be, where FS Malik is going to be taking the blows to the face of the Grounders.
Definitely. They've just fallen on Freestyle's clueless of where to go. Makes a slam onto the face of the Grounders. This can just be it for any of these teams. I don't really know, but the M249 comes into action, and that completely defends the year of Shaptar. And seems like he was glued, his feet glued to the position he was actually positioned. But in the meanwhile, hold on, Freestyle have also gotten a lot of dent onto their bodies. 2 players out of this match, and it's just down to Malik and Wasi with 1 grenade onto the face of it. Black goes down. Completely remains how Sensei 2 plays the rest of the match, and also Kurma, who is on the backhand side. But the best part for Freestyle is that they know where Kurama is actually positioned.
Exactly, and now Malik is going to be completely pushing on along with 120 bullets all set up. This is going to be a nade parade being showcased, one player to the next, but in doing so, it is going to be the Grounder Sensei who will walk out of that situation and be able to give a massive blow once again. But will that be enough for him to be able to revive and move on along to take this fight onto the face of FS, where they are a 2-man squad, but this M249 in the name of Malik is just the dominating thing, and it is just bringing in so much damage for the side of Malik. But in all of this, I mean, if we talk about the elimination points, they only have 1 elimination point. So even though FS has taken the fight really well, things are not really looking good in terms of the elimination points that they wanted to accumulate for themselves.
It's just the Malik who has taken the fight really well, as we just talk about it. With that M249 action, it does 2 things. One, that 150 bullet with no reload feature, and second thing, that completely defends. But in meanwhile, Freestyles have given a complete option to the grounders to then again come up with the 3 players, and this is something
Yes,
that can just be the
exactly.
reason for Freestyle's demise. So apart from Malik, no one has been the MVP in this fight. But yes, again, he takes another one
Wow.
down. He has one more potential finish right on his face. Uh, but then again, we have certain fights lined up for you with the TFD making a push onto R3G. This can just be it for R3G because we have all and everyone from side of TFD making up into this fight.
Well, dude, Malik is just an OP level player right now from the side of FS. On the other front, as we move on down towards the side of Milta, we do, of course, have the players of TFD who made a rotation from Milta Power are in a fight of their own. But TG, the grounders, have been brought down to a 2-man squad. So a 2v2 situation is what FS and TG find themselves in. Kurma in the back lines, Mr. Black out here in front, cooking a nade. But will it be enough? Because again, the blue zone is what is going to be catching up to both of these teams on the other front. From the TFD side, it seems like R3G are not going to be able to deliver the blow that they wanted to, and in doing so, R3G definitely taking the better half of that fight. And in this, like you said, FS Malik, he's the legend right here who's just completely stopped the grounders in the tracks.
It has just been about Malik in this fight. Just been about Malik. But let's have a look at the 4v. So as soon as R3G made a push, I just expected a 4v to be the one to excel into all these fights. By the looks of it, seems like apart from him, no one is surviving in this match. He's just one first aid, and if this grenade comes right on the terrace, what Nocto is trying to predict with this recoil, with this rebound, to be more precise, he goes down, and there we have it, a complete squad wipe or full elimination going into the name of R3G. And the circle, as we just got to see, since it's centralizing in the area of Milta, we might expect certain fights to just go all guns blazing.
Absolutely. But in doing all of that, R3G are down to a 2-man squad. We've got Voltrix and Nocto. Now, both these players have been playing together for a long time. So in terms of the synergy, it is definitely going to be working in the team's favor. But they find themselves in the center of the zone. You've got 14 teams still remaining 13 minutes into the game. So a lot that can go wrong for the side of R3G. But we shall see if that'll be the case or not. On the other front, it seems like Ivy have caught up to TUF, or should I say TUF have caught up to Ivy, because Zaidan from the side of Ivy has been knocked and brought down on his knees, and TUF is the one that seems to be delivering the blows in this fight.
And unfortunately, both are on the bottom of the chart because from 15 to 20, we were expecting certain teams to make a comeback. Seems like this time it's TUF that's
I
saying
wanted this team.
Yes, exactly, and they are making up. In the last match, they showed us a lot of optimism sign, and
True.
this time 3 elimination already. Yes, they are making a late rotation, but until and unless the late rotation helps you, that's pretty good for you.
Exactly. I mean, as long as it works for you, it is going to be absolutely perfect. But is it going to, is what we shall have to see, because now they are going to have to be careful, because compounds that they try and enter are already going to be, well, rented abouts. And that is exactly what we're looking at from the side of TUF as they make this rotation. On the minimap, we can see a team in green is going to be so very close to their position. But they seem to have made it to the edge, and all of that now, Ivy taken the fight to the players of FS from far away. KSF has delivered a massive blow to FS with the, well, again, with the perfect spray.
And Ivy came out of the fight against TUF.
Yep.
And so that's the thing. If you have to make a move in the zone, you have to be pretty much aggressive. And since Freestyle player, the one that was actually renting the compound, as you just mentioned, is now to be held by the players from Ivy. North Esports, northern side, shelter circle goes away 500 meters. Is now they need to travel Maxi and Adventure, just the 2-player. And this was thing I was talking about. The circle can constrict around Milta and Farm, as there we have it. R3G, just the 2-player, but Envy, they can really have a good game. But can they just extend the fight? Do they have enough in them? Because from the backhand side, we have Quraysh, we have Star. And it will be a really unfortunate situation for Quraysh if they get backstabbed by Star.
Dude, I mean, when the game started off, you had already mentioned that Regicide is looking so very good in terms of the positioning, but the fight that they ended up taking has resulted in them being just the 2-man squad, and therefore, predicting that them getting the chicken is is like
Oh,
20%
far-fetched.
possibility, is so far-fetched, right? But had they had all four players, I mean, this team definitely could have taken that by a storm. But I never mind that conversation, because that is all speculation based. As we move on through, it is going to be the side of 3x who
No
will
more
find themselves
bridge,
in the
Blotter.
vicinity of oh yes, actually, oh, that is
Someone is
true,
coming
Nova
in.
Ridge. They've got the final player, which is going to be the final man who showcased that incredible turn of events in
Oh,
the first few
yes.
minutes of the game, from the side of Metershot, who
Yeah.
is going to jump on into the bandwagon of this battleground as well. But will he be allowed? Khatir, I think, is the man who was left out, but we'll see if he'll be allowed to actually jump into the battleground.
If he has to get all the trouble, some situation that will be put up by the sides of Team Star. But here we have it, Milta now being acquired by a lot of teammates, a lot of players from the opponent side. But I'm still amazed that apart from R3G and R3X, there is no one interested in taking up all these Milta compounds. And there we have it, the 13 team, 37 players still alive. R3X just stacked up in this small little compound, not the good one to hold, but majority of Milta compound are still up for grab, are still up for contestation, and no one seems interested. Maybe just because of the cause that the last shift always it comes out of those city finishes, and just because of that, maybe just that one little prediction by the IGLs.
Possibly they're waiting. They're possibly waiting for the fifth zone, and that is when things are going to be confirmed. But it seems like R3G have a problem of their own, because R3G's player Voltrix, he seems to have been caught, and it is going to be Quantum Rage who will be delivering those blows. And along with that, did I see that right? FS has been eliminated, so we've got 12 teams remaining, 36 total players, 80 minutes into this final game.
Definitely, we still have 36 players, as just mentioned. TUF out in the open. If they survive this brunt, this havoc that is coming in from the sides of R3G for next 3 to 4 minutes, with the help of the smokes and whatever probable cover that they're trying to make by the help of those vehicles, then only I can see TUF aggressing in the later half of the game. But there we have it. Godfrey going down. The only standing player from the sides of Meteorshot is striking so hard that one more goes down. It's one-man show coming in from the sides of Khatid and Meteorshot, looking pretty dismal for the sides of Steam Star.
Absolutely, Star not anticipating that sort of a blowback
Oh,
from the bridge altogether itself, but his teammate is definitely going to be stopping Khatir in his tracks. And with that, we do have the team on the 12th to get eliminated. That is going to be, of course, the Metershot. On the other front, now talking about the 11 teams that are remaining regicide, Voltrix and Nocto. I'm scratching my head trying to understand exactly why have they decided to play a solo approach
oh
in this. I
yes.
mean, they are playing it aggressively, but just in case, if one of them gets knocked, there is no way that a revival is going to be brought on along. I mean, they're playing it like they want to be just two-man squad, but they want to be able to control the entirety of this circle. And
Ah
in doing
yes.
so, they are being over-aggressive, and that over-aggression can very well backfire, because right here we did see Noctu try and take on a lot of shots towards the players of TUF. He's given away the information. Same as the case from the side of Voltrix as well. His information has been given away, and Quantum also knows. So R3G, they better play this carefully, or else it's a long shot for their side.
Definitely, there's two players alive, but on the southern side, we have Quraysh Esports that we just talked about. A backstab situation. Yes, there is a backstab, not by the side of Team Star, as Quraysh Esports just waited a complete squad wipe, I guess. And Quraysh Esports just reigning supreme in this match altogether. Magnus Esports going up into the fight. There we have it, Cairo getting 2 knock onto the face of H2E, and within a blink of an eye, seems like it has been an all-end affair, apart from one more player with the yellow marker on the northwestern side, still surviving Magnus Esports. They are
Yep. We've got that one player, Hucker, who is the only one surviving from the side of H2A. On the other front, talking about Magnus Esports, they've been able to get 4 elimination points. Well, quite a lot of chaos being showcased in this final game right here, Ankit.
Oh, definitely. And out of all this situation, I'm still wondering why a majority of Milta is still not occupied. Oh no, now is the time that yes, a lot of team comes in. But there we have it, the backstab. The hacker makes it pay for Mom2. And how on earth didn't he check his back? He knew that there is someone on the back, and then we have it, the
Ooh.
slamming coming into the sides of Magnus's Cairo.
Absolutely. Magnus not looking too good, mate. I mean, they are being bamboozled with so many of those third party situations that they're having to face. Not looking too good. Just a couple of minutes ago, they were moving on along, taking the fights to the face of their opponents. But now it seems like the fight has been brought on towards them itself. On the other side, 3x. I've been waiting in this compound for quite a long time, but not for long, says Envy, because Envy have moved in towards this watchtower. And
Oh,
what
wow.
a nade! What a nade, Ali.
Wow.
That is going to deliver a massive blow to Ahmed and his teammate, because the other two, Dr. Fate and yeah, it's not looking good for the side of Envy, because there's no way the revival can be brought on along right here.
Definitely, and with Quraysh Esports getting the
Exactly, this is not the kind of play that was anticipated, but that is what you want. I mean, being the final fight of the day, being the final battle of the day, you want to be able to have teams like 3x take on a massive approach right here. And in doing so, we've got Envy, who has been brought on down to his knees. I mean, a massive blow is being taken from the side of course, Envy, and it's all thanks to 3x and the approach that they're showcasing in the entirety of this fight. But the game is not yet done. The game is not yet done. We still have teams remaining, and we want to be able to see that where exactly are these going to be taking all the way down to, because the teams that are remaining, well, every single one of them won the chicken dinner. We've of course got the over aggressive side from the side of Regicide as well, but will it be enough? Not looking good, because they're just a two-man squad. But overall, when it comes down to a prediction, it is anybody's game for the taking. So it is going to be a little bit of a overstretch to anticipate the side of Regicide to be able to get a good game out of this area. But on the other side, as you move on through, we do have still a possibility for teams to be able to make it, because from the other side we did see Quantum jumping into the squad with that pink logo of theirs. So there is a possibility that that team could also deliver a massive blow in this. And of course, we'll see if that'll be the case or not. But talk about a comeback story. I mean, I definitely do want to see a comeback showcased from the side of TUF, but let's just see if that'll be allowed or not. As of now, they've got, well, not too good of an approach from these teams. Overall, I would say a decent day number one. A decent day number one. That is what this has resulted into. But now, for the moment, we are just going to hope that may the best team win, basically. Right, so as you guys can see, we are looking at a bit of a technical issue that is being caused right here, but that is a-okay, because you still have my lovely voice to take us through this. And talking about the game altogether itself, it has resulted in a bit of an tipsy ups and downs sort of a situation throughout the day, right? I mean, we started off with, of course, Quantum Rage taking that chicken dinner in the first game altogether on Sanhok with 11 defeats to that team. But as the day progressed on towards the second game, that was Miramar, that is where Team QWERTY definitely dominated in style with 17 eliminations through that team. And then you move on through to another day, another map altogether. That's going to be Erangel, where XGeneration were the ones who dominated the entirety of the lobby with a decent elimination point for themselves. Not a lot working for them, because, of course, it was a bit too much of a struggle situation that was working against them. But in the entirety of the saga, it has been a beautiful, incredible day, is what I would say. And of course, as of now, we can see that we are still waiting for the stream to go live, and we shall have to wait just a little bit longer, because for now we don't know what exactly is the map at, or rather the game basically at. I mean, the final game, we were looking so good, everything was going on great, and then in the final game things kind of go south like that is definitely not something that we want to be able to see. But sometimes things that they do happen on online approach. And overall, though, I would say this is a good day number one start, because again, in terms of the points themselves, the points are so very close. I mean, when you talk about the team on the top of the totem bowl, yes, they have too many points. I mean, they've got 64 plus points, but on the bottom half, because you're looking at only top 17 teams that are going to be pushing on from the Pakistan region through this PMPL qualifier. So 17 teams, there is a massive opportunity for the teams that are sitting at that bottom of the leaderboard to be able to push on along and get into the zone itself, get into the top 16 itself, top 17 rather. But well, for now, it is anybody's game. For now, it is going to be a day that will turn into a little bit of a chaos, actually, because I mean, I was anticipating that by now this would have been done and dusted, but it is not the case. So we are going to have to wait on a little bit longer. On the other front, talk about your anticipations. I mean, day number one, of course, you as viewers must have anticipated certain teams to just completely blow back the entirety of the saga. Was it QWERTY? Was it Freestyle? Was it Regicide, R3G? What team was that you were anticipating? On the other side, talking about Quantum Rage, a team that started off on Sanhok, taking 11 elimination chicken dinner for themselves. So that again, was it something that you predicted, anticipated to be the case? And what team are you rooting and supporting for now? Because again, this is going to be a 3-day affair. We've got day number one looking pretty done and dusted from the looks of it, but day number 2 and 3 are still remaining, and that is when we are going to have to start counting down, because in total, the 3-day affair, we're looking at 15 games in total, right? 5 games done today. That means we've got 10 games remaining starting off tomorrow. And for individual teams, you're looking at 12 games in total. So by the end of today, all the teams are going to have played 4 games. That means 8 more games is what they get. So like I said, from day 2 onwards, you start counting down on your fingers that, all right, 8 games are remaining. I, as a team, need to be able to accumulate this many points to be able to qualify through the PMPL Pakistan region. And yeah, so it's not an easy feat, because when you've got teams like Freestyle walking away with 18 elimination, 18 defeat chicken dinners, and of course teams like Curation, others, Quantum, who are playing so incredibly well, it does become harder and harder for the teams on the second page of the leaderboard. I mean, talk about TUF for that matter. Nobody could have anticipated or predicted TUF to play down that low. That kind of a blow from the side of TUF, Edgar and likes, was, I definitely could not anticipate that at all, could not have predicted that at all. But that's how the cookie crumbled for their side, at least on day number one. We can still just hope that day number 2 onwards, things are going to be different for the side of that team. But again, that's not the only team that's sitting down on that arena, right? On that final few points and placements on the overall ranking, because there are other teams also who we would want to be able to see to push on and get into the comfort of the top 17. I mean, you got NES, North Esports, another decent team who have been playing for quite a while, and I've casted them quite a long time ago as well. But for now, it is just the competition that is going absolutely haywire, and that makes things pretty troublesome for teams to be able to, capitalize upon majorly. That is what the result is. And certain times, I mean, it also boils down to, like, for example, TUF. We know that this is a very well balanced team. They're a very synergistic team. The players are still the same. I remember their names, but maybe the practice has not been brought in yet. Maybe there's some other issue that's resulted in the performance of the team kind of going down. So it is a lot of ups and downs that these teams have to go through to be able to then confirm that, all right, what exactly is going to be the case. But as of now, I have no information when it comes to our final game. What is going to be the result? Who is going to get the chicken dinner? In fact, I'm sure the game has already come to an end, but no idea what exactly is the result of that final game. So let's try and find out. I'm going to let my director know, and he shall hopefully get back to us and confirm what exactly is going to be the result for that final game. Okay, so this is no good. This is no good at all. As of now, we've got no information. So gonna have to wait, mates. Gonna have to wait is all I can say. We are definitely gonna be right back with the
All right, we are back again with a minor hiccup. We did miss the match, but we have pretty much the stats lined up for you, which we will getting rolled up. But Blotter, you really handled the small little issue that we had. We missed the match. We'll have the stats for you, but pretty much the day went well for a lot of teams. The day started with the QR, that was of Quantum Rage, getting a good
True.
chicken for themselves. Miramar was completely dominated. First, Miramar was dominated by, I guess it was by the team of QWERTY, and then we had the show coming in by Freestyle, back-to-back good game. We'll have the stats lined up for you, but how has it been for you, these qualifier for today, for the Pakistan region?
Well, incredible is what I would say. We started the day off, we were talking about how aggressive the teams are going to be,
Hmm.
and that's exactly what they showcased, right? We started the day off, it was a little bit of a, it took them some time to get into the flow of things, but then they were just spontaneously picking up so many elimination points. With that, this game, we do have TUF Joker coming in as the MVP. Dude, is it true? I did talk about this, Ankit. I do want to
Yeah.
see a team from the 15th to the 20th to be making a comeback. And is it going to be the case for TUF? Let's see. Hopefully, with this sort of
Definitely.
start from Joker from TUF, it is looking like a revival story from this team.
Let's spice things up. Let's spice things up with we don't know what team that really win. We'll get to know the top players from this match itself, apart from Joker, Edgar. So I guess
Dude,
TUF really had this match. Do they have chicken
wow.
for them or not? We'll get to see in the match ranking. But apart from that, we have H2E Hacker getting 3 elimination. Malik for 3 in his name, 660 damage. But we talked about the comeback. We talked about a rewriting of the script of the history, Edgar and Joker making it all the way. But moving on along, we have the match summary. For you, we'll get to see how many knocks and finishes were secured. 54 eliminations, 63 knock, 18 total revival done. And last time we saw Erangel, it was, I guess, 16 or 15. 8 grenade elimination. In this Pakistan lobby, the player know how to lob the grenade on the right position well. That's one thing that I can take as an optimistic sign in this very first day itself.
Absolutely, dude. Because again, I mean, we've seen that again and again from one map to the next as you move on through to the match ranking. That when it comes to the utilities usage, it has been so on point from these teams. And with that, Team TUF making a big comeback right here
Wow.
on the final day, rather final game of the day. Sorry, where 11 eliminations, 15 placement points. Of course, that's the chicken dinner for this team. This is going to be exploding them in the overall rankings from that final 2-3 positions that they were on.
Definitely. And apart from that, Team Envy, if you remember, this was also a team that was having a lackluster day until unless they had this last Erangel in their favor.
True.
12 total points. Quantum Rage, again, a consistent point. North Esports, 7 for their name. Shot, again, 6 total points. And majority of it being secured by the elimination. 5 to be more precise. EV missing out again. Freestyle this time was not allowed, just a 3 total elimination. Magnus Esports, 5 total points, and Team H2E stands for at 5. But I'll be more interested to see the overall ranking, where we might get to see TUF in the top 10.
Well, it is a possibility. We will definitely confirm that when the storyboard is on screen. But one thing that can be said is one good
Oh,
game, and you
yes.
definitely can jump up the tracks. And yep, there you said it, mate. On the 7th position, we find TUF with 34 points, and yep, this is looking good for them.
Exactly. And now it looks pretty smooth for them, 34. It won't be a daunting task for them to jump to 3rd or 4th spot when they come in tomorrow's gameplay now. So now if each and every team in this Pakistan region has played their 4 respective games all in all. And with that done, Quraysh Esports still in the top 10 team star, doing pretty nice for themselves, 32, but top 17 only will be moving into the upcoming PMPL. 3 will be out from this tournament that is going to be that's known as the PMPL Pakistan Qualifiers 2022, and in that, TmwEsports, Team HR, and EV Esports need to buckle up their seatbelt while they come in the day 2 of this qualifier.
Absolutely, and I'm more than certain that that will change. That number and the name will definitely change from one game to the next as we move on with day 2. But again, as you talk about day number 1, we've had FS Malik taken a crazy amount of elimination just one
Oh,
game,
wow.
and that brings him all the way up to the top of the elimination leaders with 16 eliminations, off of which the one game that they were looking phenomenal,
10.
which was on Miramar, he walked away with 10 eliminations from a single game. So he has to be up on top. Along with that, of course, we do have Team QWERTY's plays as well.
And he has also an average survival time of more what this list has to offer to us more than what Gravity was able to secure, Destroy was able to secure. But these individual stellar performance has actually helped these individual teams to rack up at least one chicken of the total 4 match that these individual teams were able to play today, with JD getting 7 elimination onto his name. Pretty much away, still far-fetched to what Malik has been able to secure in today's gameplay. But Freestyle, just the first gameplay that didn't weigh in their favor, but the next 3 they were just spot on, with Gravity also making a good little move. What QWERTY has been able to showcase is the synergistic gameplay. You talk about 3-1 split, you talk about 2-2 split. They are the exemplary performance with what they showed us to and offered in this very 4th game for today.
Absolutely, dude. But with that, we've got the 5 games done for today. I mean, incredible turn of events for so many of these teams. But in the end, this is just the first day done. We still have 2 more days remaining, and that is when we shall slowly and steadily get to know that what teams are going to be that is definitely not going to be able to qualify into this season's PMPL for the Pakistan region.
That certainly has to be the case, but for that we have to move into day 2 and 3, and from here onwards the matches will be getting in the decreasing order from 8 to 7 to 6 to 5. We'll keep counting. At the end, each and every team will be playing a fair game of total 12, out of which 4 has been played for all these teams. But with that being
True.
said, it's pretty much done for day 1. We'll come back, but till then, you do make sure that you subscribe to the channel. We'll be back again at the same time, but till then, good night, take care, and bye bye.
Here we go now. 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 Here we go now.